gave it to you.
Oh, you did. For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Really?
Okay. So the Commonwealth submitted two cases for review. The Chisholm case, which is a new SJC case dealing with expert testimony, and the Polk case. I've read both of them. Do you want to be heard prior to the voir dire?
No, I just like, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
I was asking Ms. Beatty.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So just to sort of narrow the Commonwealth's concern, in order for an expert to testify, I'm sure the court's well familiar with the standard, it needs to be beyond the common knowledge of the jury. So I don't know exactly what Dr. Zizel is going to say, but the pandemic has been introduced already, the fact of the pandemic. All of these jurors lived through the pandemic. This isn't a situation where it's a pandemic that happened 30 or 40 years ago and there could be jurors who didn't experience it. They did. How is this case different than every other case that's been tried since 2020? That's the question. Perhaps this witness is qualified to testify about this topic. Certainly he's a qualified forensic psychologist. I'm not challenging that in any way. And what exactly is the opinion that's relevant in this case that's based on facts and data that are also reasonably relied upon by other experts? I'm not clear about that because the article that was provided to the Commonwealth and the defense is general. It's not specific to this defendant. I assume he hasn't examined the defendant in any way. But really, the theory that I expect based on this article that he's going to be testifying about is that the pandemic was stressful and traumatic to people who lived through it. There are certain populations that were experienced who were more vulnerable to those traumatic experiences. But it's not clear the applicability to the facts of this case or to the defendant. And I think that's what we really need to focus on in the voir dire and what the Commonwealth's not on notice for at this point in time.
Mr. Reddington, do you want to respond before calling Dr.
I think I have to. I think if we go forward with the voir dire, that you can put it in contact with the testimony that's presented and make a decision as to whether it's.
Can you tell me what the ultimate opinion, if you will, is?
It's not. This is not a matter where there's an opinion from a forensic psychologist based upon statements made by the defendant, such as on your typical lack of criminal responsibility case, diminished capacity case. Dr. Zizel is not testifying based upon discussions that he had with the defendant. Dr. Zizel is familiar with the case. He's familiar with the facts of the case. He's also familiar with the fact that there are, as you know, numerous contemporaneous emails. This is not something pulled out of whole cloth. These are emails sent to the attorneys and various people where he indicated his fear and concern of the pandemic. To suggest that blithely, that just because the jury as all of us have lived through the pandemic, removes that from the ken of the jury. The fact that a jury was in their kitchen on a computer trembling for the period of time of the pandemic is not sufficient to allow a jury to determine, compartmentalize the state of mind that one would have as a result of pandemic depression that he talks about, pandemic anxiety that he talks about, and the fight or flight syndrome, if you will, that he talks about. This is all beyond the ken of the jury. So I think if we have him testify to what his opinion would be, I know you read the report that he prepared, very comprehensive report, and then you make a decision.
All right, you can call him.
Thank you, Dr. Z.
Morning.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Boyce, will you tell us your name, spell your last name for the record?
Paul Zizel, Zeizel.
And can you tell us, Honor, what your profession is, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And can you tell us, please, briefly, your educational experience as it relates to clinical psychology?
I have a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University, master's degree from Boston University, and a bachelor's from Queens College.
And have you acted in any particular capacity as it relates to a forensic consultant with that educational background?
Yes.
And can you tell us, Honor, the time frame that you have acted as a forensic consultant?
So I've been licensed since 1989. I've worked as a forensic consultant and psychologist since 1993. I've testified in various cases dealing with criminal responsibility for murder trials, sexual offenses, competency to stand trial, mitigation cases, probate matters, matters of dangerousness, prediction of dangerousness. I'm a psychologist for the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, where I deal with critical incidents that occur from agents engaged in various violent episodes. I was a forensic psychologist and clinical psychologist for the State Department, and I was in Afghanistan from late 2007, November 2007 to February 2011. For a period of 38 months, doing debriefings of traumatic events that have taken place, doing trainings, engaged with various governmental and federal agencies, and helping with debriefings as well.
And have you also been involved for about 4 or 5 years, actually, with the Department of State, Department of Defense?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that?
In those cases, I've done fitness for duty for evaluations of individuals who serve in the capacity of security personnel at various embassies throughout the world.
And for example, can you tell us where you actually served in that capacity in other countries
I was in
that were involved in wartime?
Yes, I was in Cambodia early on 2 separate occasions, part of 2004, part of 2005. And then, as mentioned earlier, I was in Afghanistan. I also did some debriefings in Thailand and Bangkok at the U.S. Embassy there.
And in the course of your experience working for the Department of State and all the various other law enforcement agencies that you described as well, you have a private practice as well.
Yes, I do.
Have you focused on things such as stress control, post-traumatic stress disorder, battlefield chaos, for example, things of that nature?
Yes.
Have you focused in your studies or in your involvement as a psychologist with the concept of depression,
Yes.
anxiety?
Yes.
And without going into it, have you also published hundreds of articles as far as psychological matters that you are involved?
I have published some, but not many.
How about peer review articles?
I did not.
Now, in this case, sir, have you had a chance or occasion to review the emergence of what we refer to as the coronavirus disease.
Yes.
When did the coronavirus disease occur spread the world?
I believe the onset occurred in early 2020. There's some questions and debates about whether it was earlier than that in various parts of the world, but in the United States it affected and impacted most people here in the early parts of 2020.
And in your opinion, sir, have you had occasion to review other articles, peer review articles, statistical analyses as it relates to the escalation of the pandemic into a global health crisis?
Yes.
Can you tell us on the basis that you, what you actually reviewed as far as other peer review articles?
I reviewed many of the articles that were published by the World Health Organization, through the UN, through the CDC, Centers for Disease Control's various prestigious journals in the United States and worldwide, namely New England Journal of Medicine, and there have been articles published through the VA where a meta-analysis was done, which is a combining of other journal articles that were written discussing these themes and topics of the psychological sequelae and consequences of the worldwide pandemic. And the meaningfulness of a meta-analysis in a research article is that it makes the sample size a lot larger. So instead of having a sample size that could be 30 or 40 people, the meta-analysis has samples of 4,000 patients. So the statistical significance is more meaningful with a larger size in the research population.
Now, as it relates to adverse psychological effects of the pandemic, is it your understanding that the technique or theory has been tested by individuals in your field?
Yes.
And in what capacity has it been tested?
They've been tested using standard psychological instruments that measure things like depression, anxiety, PTSD, a post-traumatic stress disorder on different levels, whether it's acute, chronic, or complex.
Now, as it relates to the concerns, if you will, that an individual had as a result of this overwhelming pandemic, there are two factors, anxiety and fear.
Yes.
Can you explain that, sir? What is passive anxiety? What is pervasive anxiety? And what, if any, effect does that have on a person's depression?
Well, so everyone experiences anxiety. It's part of normal living. The issue from a psychological point of view and a mental health issue is when anxiety becomes elevated to the point where people cannot function in their normal way of dealing with the world on an everyday basis. So when they face challenges and their anxiety is elevated, they end up often having problems figuring things out. There is a cognitive diminishment in,
What does that mean?
it means they can't think straight. People forget things. They have a reduction in their ability to problem solve. Pervasive anxiety is essentially overwhelming anxiety, and that can sometimes immobilize a person where they can't do their work, they can't work at home, they can't go to school, they have problems doing the most simple things, going to the market, trying to make decisions about what food to buy. And the element of anxiety from a treatment point of view has always been easier to manage when there's engagement with other people, because the human condition is a social condition. People are in groups. Healthy people have friends. Healthy resolution for anxiety and depression often requires people to gather with each other. So this becomes particularly problematic when people had to shelter in place and be isolated. Shelter in place means you stay home, you do not go out, you do not subject yourself to the possibility of being infected by someone who may be a carrier of any disease. Obviously, COVID-19 would be what we're referring to, and you don't expose others in case you are asymptomatic, though positive for the disorder.
Now, in your studies or in your evaluation of the effect of the pandemic on human beings, is fear a major factor?
Yes.
Is that a central mediator of the psychological distress?
Yes.
What does that mean?
What it means is that fear is always the cornerstone of anxiety, because anxiety is often about what is going to be happening around the corner. It's future oriented. Although people are anxious in the moment, if you speak to people who have panic attacks and significant anxiety, it's about what's going to happen next. So whether you're on an airplane and the flight is fine, it's not the anxious person who worries about what's going on now, it's they worry about what's going to happen the next minute or the next hour. So fear becomes the cornerstone because it's all anticipatory, it's all future related. And that's why when you have a pandemic where the world's leading experts are at a loss to provide guidance and therefore psychological comfort and support for the citizens of the world, it only rotates the dial of that anxiety measure and people become extremely anxious. And we're not referring to just simply people who have a pre-existing mental health disorder of some type of anxiety disorder, but normal people who have never been exposed to these things before, and normal people who are engaged in work and social opportunities where they've always been productive, had meaningfulness, had what we call hope, the triad of hopefulness, hopefulness about the world, hopefulness about themselves, and hopefulness about the world around them and their future. And when you are struggling to make sense of things and you're isolated, it has a synergistic effect where you become far more anxious than you've ever been. And these are for people who generally don't have a great deal of anxiety. That's the hard part.
Now, in your report, for example, on page 2 of your report, you're making reference to the research as it relates to fear and leading to anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
You cited a study that was performed, looks as though it was March of 2025, actually dealing with the emotional, behavioral, and psychological impact of COVID-19. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that study have a statistical analysis of the percentage of people in the population of the United States of America reporting anxiety?
Yes, it did.
What is the percentage that they determined that to be?
That was 30.9%, almost 31%.
Now, as it relates to your report, and you're making reference to statistical analyses, for example, is there a known potential error rate that these citations can be subjected to?
Yes.
What is that?
So the issue of error rate is about when implementing testing, what are the consequences of what we call false positives and false negatives. So a false positive is a test where someone scores as if they are having a issue, let's say a health issue, when in fact they don't. A false negative is a test result where someone is testing clean, let's say for a disease or for a virus of some sort, when in fact they are in fact carrying it. And the most classic example is the issue of the lie detector, which has a false positive rate of, let's say, roughly 20%. So in other words, people who take a lie detector test appear to be deceptive when in fact they are not. They're just highly anxious. Conversely, people who will seemingly pass a lie detector or a polygraph test appear to be telling the truth when in fact they are not. So those types of error rates are significant because we don't rely on error rates that are very high because they can be misleading and actually inaccurate.
You also make reference to the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic, in fact, impacted society significantly as it relates to sadness with specific association of isolation leading to surge in depressive symptoms as well as anxiety. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did that also make reference to a statistical analysis of the adults in the United States of America that were reporting these depressive symptoms as a result of the sadness and isolation caused
Yes.
by the pandemic?
That's correct.
And what was, as it relates to general adults in the United States, general population as it relates to lockdown?
So we found that there was a 25% increase in those issues for people in the general population in the United States.
How about suicide? Was there a study or any indications in the studies that suicide spiked during the course of the pandemic?
Yes, there was.
And
There
why
was.
is that?
Pardon me?
Why is that?
Well, people who are suicidal often will feel they have no hope and they have nothing to live for. And therefore, in their opinion, a rational way to solve the pain and to reduce the pain is to hurt themselves and to kill themselves. And when you have a disorder or have great worries about having a particular disorder where you feel there's no hope for you, you sometimes think about suicide and have suicide ideations, and then sometimes you act on that.
And you indicate that significant percentage of individuals reported negative shifts in their outlook on life, expressing a diminished hope in the future. Is that correct?
Yes.
You made reference in the studies of the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what impact, in your opinion, in the studies that you were able to access in your field, that post-traumatic stress was an offshoot, if you will, of the anxiety and the depression and the isolation caused individuals from the pandemic?
So the baseline for individuals with PTSD is roughly 6 or 7%, depending on the sample size you look at. And it went up to 50% of people being so impaired that they met what's called the DSM-5-TR, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual Text Revision 5th edition, which is a code book for assessing mental health issues, and it went up to as high as 50%.
You also made reference to the fact of the impact of social isolation and reduced social support on a human being as a result of the pandemic. What does that mean? What were your results?
The simple definition is that the more you isolate yourself from others, the more difficult it is to function in the world around you. And you habituate or you get used to being isolated. So every day becomes the same. You lose contact with people. People lose contact with you. You become impaired and depressed and unable to function, and you don't have what we call expectancy, the goal to be able to be productive and to do things. So it's a downward spiral of depression and anxiety and fear.
Now, can you tell us, Hunter, whether or not what you've been testifying to and what you researched has been subjected to publication and peer review?
Oh, yes, it has been.
And basically, what is publication and peer review?
Publication and peer review is that a journal will accept the presentation of your facts and research, and they look at the methodology involved, and they look at the sample size, and they do a assessment of a qualitative review, meaning do you meet the criteria for good research, and sometimes a quantitative review too, which is the sample size that's large enough. And a peer review is when research articles are shared to other independent examiners who don't know who else has the research articles, and they comment on them, and they make either corrections, or they reject them, or they accept them.
You also made reference to COVID-19's extreme demands on individuals, causing what is referred to as a fight or flight freeze and the erosion of rational choice. What does that mean?
So fight or flight is a phenomenon that often occurs in a physiological way. And the best way to describe that is when someone, a normal, everyday, average person, is confronted with either a horrific man-made experience, like a bank robbery, let's say, or a car accident, or a natural disaster like a hurricane, or, if you will, maybe a COVID outbreak. And they go into a series of powerful physiological responses. And initially what happens is your brain interprets that information and makes the assessment that this is very dangerous. You need to leave. You need to leave now. And there's a physiological response, a adrenaline shunt. You have excessive powerful energy where you can, although you may have been tired, all of a sudden you have the capacity to get up, to run far distances, to lift heavy weights if something's blocking you to get out of the way, and then you leave the site where you view that you are at risk and you flee. That's the flight part.
As it relates to concepts of hyperarousal and intense fear that was created by the pandemic, is it your opinion that it generates impairment of cognitive functions leading to impulsive and irrational decision-making?
Yes, it does.
What does that mean?
So impulsive irrational decision-making is exactly what it sounds like. You make a decision that's sort of a knee-jerk response. We sometimes look at that as a visceral response, no thinking, just acting. If someone touches a hot stove top, for example, a small child who's told by their parent, please don't do that, you'll hurt yourself, they don't understand what that means. They may touch that hot stove top. When their hand is on that stove top, they don't have to think, my hand is burning, there's a great deal of pain, what should I do? Without thinking, they move their hand back and they avoid the continuation of pain. And it's a powerful learning experience. We often call that Pavlovian conditioning or classical conditioning, where you learn powerfully, but your reaction doesn't involve thinking, it just reacts with responding. And that part of the quick response is mediated by a part of the brain called the amygdala, which is the size of a walnut in the center part of your brain. That's the amygdala, and it deals with fight or flight. It deals with rational or amygdala. You're welcome. And that's the part of the brain that tells us, or asks the question, is this a dangerous situation or is this fine? If it's a dangerous situation, we become powerfully and acutely aware of what's around us. We pay close attention to things that are going on, and we make a quick decision to either leave or stay. If we make the assessment that there's no reason to be fearful, we carry on with the business and dealing with the vicissitudes of everyday life, just going through the everyday existence.
Did you find that in your studies there, in review of the other peer review articles as well, that the COVID-19 pandemic led to increased fear, depression, and anxiety, especially in those individuals displaced in their homes?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, the outcome, which I personally am very aware of because I spend a lot of time going to psychiatric hospitals to do evaluations, were so profound that there were not enough beds in the Commonwealth. Now, fair enough to say that there is a shortage to begin with, but there was an overwhelming shortage of beds in the Commonwealth to take on patients who needed to be hospitalized to become stable. And that's just not in Massachusetts. That's essentially throughout the United States and I believe all over the world, where there were so many impaired individuals who did not know what to do that they needed to go to receive treatment, and the treatment systems were flooded with not just ill people, but people who had psychiatric emergencies.
Now, in the course of your review, sir, have you determined whether or not your opinion, as well as that of the others in the learning treatises that you reviewed, has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community?
Yes, it has. Well, by and large, in the world we were living in then, although it's not that long ago, it feels like for many people so far back, there were many conferences, all remote, symposium, all remote, and meetings of clinicians who work for different agencies getting together to brainstorm on trying to help people. And therein lies some of the changes that we see today in 2025, where telehealth became acceptable, reimbursable from insurance companies, which wasn't the case before, and is a standard way of doing business. And I know as a person who deals with crises, I was often on Zoom meetings. In one case, when I was in Alexandria, Virginia, dealing with HHS, where there was a death of 2 agents, we had 700 agents on Zoom throughout the United States dealing with the consequences of their own loss from their colleagues, but more importantly, on how they were coping. And they were not doing well we had upticks in people, and these are highly trained agents who felt suicidal, who were able to get treatment, turned in their weapons for a short period of time, and those are people who are at a high level of functioning because they get vetted and they get tested and they get assessed every which way. So we did see that throughout the United States, that many people just could not cope with the changes in the world around them. Things weren't getting better fast enough, and hospitals were flooded with patients, and people were home and fearful.
Now, your conclusion would be that it's crucial to acknowledge the profound psychological suffering endured by individuals throughout this pandemic. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree, or is it a matter of your review of the peer review articles and your own opinion that there was indeed a significant mental health crisis that was triggered by the COVID-19 demands?
I do agree with that, yes.
Okay, inquire.
Good morning, Dr. Zizel. Have you
Good morning,
ever
Attorney.
testified on this topic before?
Not in court, no.
When you say not in court, what do you mean?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's misleading, I'm sorry. No, I have not testified. I've spoken about it in conferences, but not testified on it.
Okay, what conferences have you spoken about this?
With the DEA and with HHS.
And when you spoke at those conferences, were you speaking about the collective experience of psychological distress that people experienced as a result of the pandemic?
Yes, in part, but there were also the practical applications of what to do now going forward, helping agents and agents' families going forward, and it would spread to other areas and other arenas of discord for many of the agents. So how to deal with the anger and frustration that they had, how to deal with parenting of an adolescent who was struggling themselves. So it affected the family from the parents down to the children, and extended beyond not just the stressors, but how to cope with it. And it was oriented not to simply acknowledge the problems that people were having, but to develop some strategies for people to get healthy and to get better.
And this article, the conclusions in this article are really about the need for continued treatment, intervention, and support for communities as a result of the pandemic. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this article has a lot of research. In the first couple of pages, your citations are to recent research. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And is this article published in any way?
No, it's not yet, no.
When did you finish this?
A few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay. And have you submitted it to any peer review journals yet?
I have not.
Are you still revising it?
Well, I don't know if I am, but I might be.
Might you still revise?
I might, yes.
Okay. And the paragraph or the chapter on fight or flight, that's 9, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And all of your citations in that section on fight or flight are from older research, that's fair to say, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have current support for your statement that the pandemic's confluence of life threats, economic stability, and social isolation created an environment ripe for activating fight, flight, or freeze responses, fundamentally altering behavioral and psychological states?
I don't cite a specific research article because that's a difficult topic to pin down, because fight or flight becomes sometimes a idiosyncratic interpretation. So fight or flight for one person may not be exactly the same for another person. And you need a large sample to make it valid. And I not researched that part.
All right. So the theory that you're outlining in section 9 is widely accepted regarding what our bodies do when confronted with some sort of a threat or danger, right?
Yes, that's not debatable. It's a physiological outcome.
All right.
That's correct.
But what I'm asking about is the application to COVID-19. Is there any peer-reviewed research that you're aware of regarding that specific application of COVID-19 and fight or flight?
No.
Have you ever met with Dr. Tuerk?
Yes.
Could we approach? for just a minute, please?
Yes.
Do you have a time period that you would consider I'm struggling for the right word, but does the literature contemplate a specific time period for the duration of the pandemic?
I'm not really sure I understand the question because
In terms of years, or days, or months, or what time period is the pandemic?
well, it's sort of like the 5 blind men and the elephant. It depends where you are at the time. So the time period has shifted in terms of accuracy of when it first started, depending where one is in the world.
So I don't mean from a medical perspective
Okay.
about when people were getting sick. What I'm asking for is about the literature that you're talking about, the collective stress or anxiety. What's the time period for that?
I can't answer that question because there are ebbs and flows with outbreaks with COVID-19. Currently, there's an increase. So it's still technically a major problem. I'm not sure whether it's certainly not as bad as it had been, but there was a period of time where you did not need to demonstrate WHO vaccination cards if you were to travel. Some countries now require that. Some countries have quarantines. So I can't really answer the question because it's still going on.
Okay, I want to make sure you're understanding my question. My question isn't about the physiological, medical COVID pandemic itself. I'm talking about the mental health crisis that you're describing. Is that still continuing?
It is still continuing because I go to hospitals every week and I hear about it every single week. And I get sometimes tested, depending where you go, sometimes wearing a mask. It's still going on.
All right.
Some places worse than ever. Some are shut down. Some units are shut down. It's still a crisis.
So in your opinion, the phenomenon that you're describing and the increase in psychological distress is continuing till today?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
That's all I have.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That will conclude the proffer, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear from you, Mr. Reddington, first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Basically, this is, I understand it being a Doe-Bear hearing. We have to have certain items of evidence, if you will, submitted to the court, and I think that we've hit on all of the Supreme Court's factors that they recommend. Number one, whether the technique or theory in question can be and has indeed been tested. Doctor indicated and positive to that, gave Your Honor specific indications as well as statistical analyses. Number two, from the Supreme Court, is whether it has been subjected to publication and peer review. Doctor indicated that indeed these have been subjected to publication and peer review. I asked him about potential error rate and the existence and maintenance of standards controlling operation. And then finally, whether it has attracted widespread acceptance within a relevant scientific community. So understanding that this is a proffer of a witness basing his testimony on significant scientific sequelae, if you will, of the pandemic, it goes beyond the ken of a juror or a layperson. These are specific phenomena that indicate and show the impact of this pandemic on individuals as it relates to depression, as it relates to anxiety, as it relates to suicide, as it relates to fight or flight and freeze syndrome. So counsel can ask Dr. Zizel anything she wants on cross-examination, certainly. I mean, any proffered expert's opinion is subject to cross-examination, but to suggest that the court, which I think the government is suggesting or asking, that the court totally block the testimony from this very, very qualified witness who obviously has, I suggest to the court, adhered to the landscape, if you will, of the Doe-Bear opinion, is depriving the defendant of being able to present proofs on his behalf, which is obviously guaranteed by the Massachusetts Constitution, as well as the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution and effective representation of counsel. So I don't think that it's appropriate to exclude the doctor's testimony based on some squishy argument that, well, the jurors all went through it, we all went through it, we all understand what happened. That's not right, and I would ask that you allow him to testify.
Ms. Beatty?
So I'm concerned about the layering of different topics here, because I'm not arguing that he's not a qualified forensic psychologist, I've said that. Testifying about anxiety, that's one thing. Testifying about, first of all, he can't, it's not proper for an expert on direct to testify about the research. So I didn't object to that because this is a different kind of hearing, but he's not going to be able to get up there and testify about statistical analyses. And certainly I think it's improper for him and overly prejudicial to be commenting on topics such as lie detectors, his personal experience of going to psychiatric hospitals, Zoom meetings, agents having suicidal thoughts and having to turn in weapons. All of that is overly inflammatory and shouldn't come into evidence. However, he's never testified about this topic. This article is not published. The article doesn't necessarily relate to this case or this defendant in any way. And in particular, I have concerns about the flight aspect to this, because Dr. Zizel testified, and the court can see when you read this article, that I would suggest is essentially his own research or opinion that's not based on anything to do with the pandemic. And so I would suggest that paragraph or chapter 9 does not meet the Daubert-Lanigan standards. And that's sort of the most egregious aspect of that. I would ask that Dr. Zizel be excluded, because I think that the prejudicial impact to the Commonwealth, where the defendant is not pleading a lack of criminal responsibility or a specific diminished capacity, in the particular facts and circumstances of this case, I'd ask that he not be allowed to testify.
So what about the fight or flight apart from the pandemic?
I think that would be the body's physiological response to stress, similar to anxiety. If that's all he was going to get up there and say, that would be fine. But application to the pandemic, and if he's going, but also if he's going to testify about the pandemic in general, and then he starts talking about fight or flight, I think that's making the link without making the link, in particular where he holds this particular opinion. So if you're going to allow him to testify about the pandemic, then I think that's where it becomes problematic.
All right.
My only observation on that, Your Honor, is that he's not making a link without making a link. He's testifying as a forensic psychologist as to the concept of fight or flight as it relates to anxiety, as it relates to depression, and I think clearly that, again, is something that's outside the knowledge of a juror, and I would ask that the court would allow him to testify. And I did read those cases, and I actually was going to bring to the court's attention the Polk case, POLK. I'm familiar with that. Counsel also cites the Chisholm case. I think Chisholm is on other unrelated issues than what we're dealing with here. The Polk case is exactly dead on, talking about expert testimony of a psychologist about dissociative memory that was excluded in a general sense, and the exclusion was determined not to be harmless error. Clearly, the defendant was entitled to present expert psychological evidence as it relates to dissociative memory, because obviously jurors wouldn't know what dissociative memory meant. Whether or not they applied that to testimony presented from other witnesses in the case is up to the jury, obviously, but as far as the expert testimony, limited in a general sense to what we've brought out under the Daubert standard, then clearly I think it's admissible.
All right, so the first foundational requirement, if you will, under the Daubert standard is the role of an expert witness is to help jurors interpret evidence that lies outside of common experience. To the extent there's testimony by Dr. Zizel about things such as shelter in place, people being afraid of getting exposed to the virus. Bear with me for a minute. People having increased anxiety, increased mental health issues, exacerbated by isolation, having increased fear with respect to the virus, isolation and sadness. Those don't lie outside the common experience of the jurors. We all went through that, and I say that we all experienced many of those feelings. If not, we knew people who did. So that portion does not meet the first foundational requirement. Moreover, I do find that it is more prejudicial than probative with respect to prejudice towards the government. However, the fight or flight impulse apart from COVID would be admissible to the extent you lay the proper foundation, but that's apart from COVID.
I understand the court's ruling, just note my objection, that's all.
Ms. Beatty, do you want to add anything?
I would just ask that if Mr. Reddington decides to call Dr. Zizel, that it be clear that on cross-examination or on direct, that he's not to offer any sort of an opinion about the defendant and whether or not the defendant was experiencing any of these symptoms, and he's not here to testify about the facts of this case.
I don't need to be lectured by the DA. I would never go that far, Judge. I already represented at sidebar that I'm not getting into specific statements of this gentleman. This is a general opinion testimony from an expert witness. I know better than that. I'm not going to elicit from him what the defendant told him or anything like that. I wouldn't do that.
All right.
I'm not concerned about Mr. Reddington. I'm concerned about the witness and the witness understanding.
I will talk to him.
All right, and I just want to add that the Commonwealth developed a record on cross-examination, but Dr. Zizel has part of my ruling rests on the fact that he's never testified on this topic before in court, as well as the fact that there's no published article, it hasn't been peer-reviewed. That is the article that was provided to the court, along with everything else the Commonwealth elicited on cross-examination. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Are you proposing to have a witness on Zoom this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. I would propose that we, and by the way, we were able to pretty much get through all the emails. I think we're going to be okay in that regard as relates to Lasivita and the other gentleman, Hoffman.
McLaughlin, is that correct?
I haven't been able to look over the redactions that have been made, but we did have a conversation this morning. I would just ask for a few moments to look at the redactions, and then I think we will have an agreement.
Then I will have, obviously I have Dr. Lapisada is available. I also have Mr. Keighton will be available, and Dr. Vandor, who is the treating doctor of the defendant, just to testify to the fact he was treating him and what he prescribed him for depression. That's it. As far as Zooms are concerned.
So there'll be 3 Zooms?
Dr. Vander, and someone told him he didn't, yeah, and Mr. Keighton, that's 2. And, of course, Dr. Lapisada is the expert. So that'd be 3.
All right. So I just want to clarify, there's no objection from the Commonwealth with respect to these witnesses appearing by Zoom.
As long as the technology works.
All right. And you've spoken to your client about his right to have witnesses
Oh, yeah.
appear
Yep.
here in person.
Yes,
Okay, may I ask him a few questions, please?
of course.
Could you stand up, Mr. Tuerk?
Would you like me to swear him in?
Yes.
You can raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to any such questions that are put to you by the court in the matter now in hearing, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Mr. Tuerk.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So your attorney tells me that 3 witnesses are going to testify on your behalf by Zoom. So they'll be coming through the television screen. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you've talked at length with your attorney about your absolute right to have those witnesses appear here in person?
I did.
Okay. Have you had enough time to talk to him about that?
I believe so.
Do you want some more time to talk to him about that?
No.
Okay. And you understand that the jurors sitting over here to my left, when a witness is on the stand, the witness is more or less right in front of them in person, and they can make evaluations of that witness's demeanor, facial expressions, etc. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And when a witness appears on Zoom, some of that is lost. By that I mean there's a less of an opportunity to evaluate demeanor because the witness is on a TV screen as opposed to appearing in person.
I fully understand that, Your Honor.
Okay. And again, you've talked to Mr. Reddington about that, and you're willing to waive your right to have these witnesses appear here in person on your behalf.
Under the circumstances was explained to me, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to ask him anything else, Mr. Reddington?
No, Your Honor.
Does the Commonwealth want me to ask him anything with respect to the Zoom witnesses?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. I find his waiver to be knowing and voluntary
All of those.
after due consultation with counsel. All right. So who are you proposing to have testify?
Mary Lissevin X, we left off with her yesterday.
Okay.
Then Mr. Hoffman.
Both
then-
in person.
Yes, both in person. And then we would have, I would suggest, hopefully determining is Mr. Keighton on, is Mr. Vandor on? Someone told Keighton he didn't have to be on till noon, but I told him he should be on at 10:30.
No one's on right now, but I can set 10:30.
Yeah.
And if we could just,
I'll inform you.
if we could also just have a conversation about Dr. Vandor at sidebar as well.
We can in a minute. So who is handling the Zoom? Let me ask that.
Him.
And have you talked to the Commonwealth about that to make this run smoothly?
Yes, Your Honor, we've ran a test this morning, making sure the audio, video,
And it
everything
worked
worked.
this morning?
It worked this morning, Your Honor, yes.
All right. It worked this morning, I'm asking the Commonwealth?
Yes.
All right. Ms. King, you're all set with the Zoom? No.
As far as I know.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll see you at sidebar.
I don't care if we go to the sidebar, it's just, there's nobody here that matters, though. I just don't like the sidebars, that's all.
Are you ready for the jurors to come over?
Could we just have 1 minute, please, Your Honor?
Show you at some point. Yeah, you can identify that, okay? And there's the sequences right up there.
And Mr. Reddington, you spoke to your witnesses pursuant to what we talked about at sidebar?
Except for Dr. Vander, who's not on the Zoom yet. Dr. Lafasada is on the Zoom, and
Okay.
Your Honor, we did have an opportunity to talk and redact the emails, so they are all set.
Okay. All right, so we set for the jurors?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, they're on their way.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine, thanks. Yeah, just tell them,
Do you want this one?
You don't need it?
No, it's been there. Thank you.
Right, so we have
No.
decided, yeah. Fix it, fix all that stuff, right?
All rise, please, your resentment. Hey, 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 all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. Our 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry about the delay this morning. We're going in just a minute. Was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday? Okay, if you were not able, would you please raise your hand? Okay, no hands are being raised. So we're going to continue on. There is a stipulation between the parties. Ms. Beatty, do you want me to read that now?
Please.
Okay, so there is a stipulation, so you can consider these facts as proven. The parties stipulate to the following. The defendant's serum plasma result of 226 corresponds to a blood ethanol concentration between 0.189 and 0.200. And that's agreed to by the parties. You can consider that as proven. It's also been marked as an exhibit, the stipulation, so you'll have that with you as well. Okay, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mary Lucivita, please.
Okay, so Attorney Lasivita is going to resume the stand. She was on at the end of the day yesterday.
All right, we have a technical issue here. Apparently something's missing from the package. That's all. We're going to be able to find it.
May I swear the witness?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have that?
Do you have what you need, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, they just handed it to me. I'm just showing it to Mr. Verno. Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience. Just for the record, tell us your name, please.
Mary Lasavita?
And you are an attorney and you represented Harry Tuerk, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, at some point you set up a meeting with him in your Dedham office, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
The meeting was on January 31st of 2020.
All right. I'm going to approach you and show you an email from Mary Lucivita to Harry Tuerk. Excuse me. Is that the email that you're referring to?
Yes, this is the email where I confirmed that January 31st appointment.
What's the date of that?
January 29th, 2020.
Can you pull that up, Steve, please? Thank you. Now, this is an email that you mailed in the due course of business on January 29th to Harry Tuerk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were confirming that you would see him at 9 o'clock on Friday, January 31st, correct?
That's correct.
And the rest of that is pretty much just instructions as to how to get to your office.
Yes, instructions on how to make sure he's not lost. Yes.
No objection.
Okay, may be admitted.
That'll be exhibit 329, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to hand you something.
Do you want to mark 329 first?
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Saturday, February 1st, did you have occasion to write another email to, that's all right, Harry Tuerk. That's okay.
Yes, I do recall that we had some email exchanges over the weekend, beginning on Saturday, February 1st.
And this was emailed to his account, correct?
Yes, it was.
All right. Can I offer that?
Just double check. No objection.
All right, maybe Mark.
Exhibit 330, 330.
Steve, would you call that up, please? February 1st letter?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay. So now looking at this, that has been practiced in the exhibit, this is another email from you to Harry Tuerk, correct?
Well, that one's actually from him to me, but the one below it is from me,
Okay,
yes.
so he was saying it was a pleasure to meet with you.
Yes.
Spending time and regarding marriage certificate, you ordered one, right?
Yes.
Next one up would be on January 31st that he was responding to. You indicated that you were attaching your fee agreement, right?
Yes, correct.
Any questions, sign it, scan it by email, and return it to me, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you also indicated that you needed the marriage certificate.
Yes.
And you filed a complaint.
Yes, that's correct.
And you would be representing him on the complaint for divorce, right?
That is correct.
And again, this was dated on January 31st and sent to him by email, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
lights on? Now, ultimately, did you represent Harry on the divorce itself?
I did not enter an appearance.
Tell us why.
There were two reasons. One was that when we initially met on January 31st, I told him that I was busy. I had other commitments, and that I wasn't going to be able to file any paperwork until until the next Friday.
And you got sick.
And then I got sick, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No questions, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Attorney John Hoffman, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, tell us your name, spell your last name, keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear, please.
Good morning. John Hoffman, Hoffman.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lawyer.
And where is your office?
My office is currently in Newton, Massachusetts.
Now, I'm going to ask you, sir, did you at some point have occasion to represent a gentleman by the name of Harry Tuerk?
I did.
And what did you represent him on?
It was in connection with a divorce matter.
And was that a divorce from a Mary McLean?
It was.
I'm going to approach you and hand you a document and ask if you can identify this. It appears to be dated February 5th, 2020.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is, sir?
This is correspondence dated February 5, 2020, that I wrote to Ms. Kathleen Mary McLean Roca.
And what's the date of that letter?
February 5, 2020.
Okay, thank you. Enough of that letter.
No objection.
Okay, maybe a minute.
You call it up.
Exhibit 331.
Now, looking at Exhibit 331, sir, this is what we were just referring to, the letter to Kathleen McLean Roca advising that you were retained by Harry to represent him in probate court proceedings, that if you need an attorney, have the attorney contact you, try to resolve the issues, etc., correct?
Yes.
All right. And you, fair to say, represented Harry for the months of all the way up till May 2020, basically.
That sounds right, yes.
So you also communicated with him by email, is that right?
I did.
I would hand you a document. This is dated March 18th, 2020, and just ask if you can identify that document.
Yes, I can.
All right, what is that?
It is an email from Harry. I'm copied on it.
Okay. So this is kept in the normal course of your business, right?
Yes.
I'd ask this be after, please.
No objection.
Okay, maybe a minute.
Exhibit 332.
Call it up, Steve. Now, as it relates to Exhibit 332, sir, that would be March 18th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And this was sent from Harry, and that would be Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes.
And it was a copy to you, as you said, John Hoffman, right?
Yes.
And in the course of that email, can you read that from here?
No, I can't.
Okay, don't worry about it. It says, "Hi, everybody," meaning Harry saying hi, everybody. "Due to the ongoing drastic developments regarding Corona, I urgently came back from Germany yesterday night. I was able to catch on, it means one of the last flights, bringing U.S. residents back from Germany. They're shutting all flights down now. However, I have flu symptoms mild within concern I have the virus, spoke yesterday with my primary care physician. Looks like I'm getting a test. I am staying at the Hampton Inn in Norwood right now. Must prepare myself for self-quarantine, but where? I have no place to go right now, practically homeless. Given the extraordinary circumstances, do you guys see the possibility of an emergency room so I can go to the basement of my house for quarantine? Separate entrance door and door to the rest of the house, so it would be safe to stay there to quarantine for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
Yes.
Is that a fair indication, sir, as to his state of mind as it relates to his fear of the pandemic in March 2020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Lights. I'm going to approach you, sir, on March 19th, 2020, and ask if you received another email from Harry Tuerk.
Yes.
Okay, kept in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Yes.
Bradford?
What date was that? I'm sorry. No objection.
Maybe admitted.
Thank you.
Exhibit 333.
Pull up 333, please. Now, sir, this is another email that was sent on March 19th, 2020 at 10 o'clock in the morning from Harry with a copy to you, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking if you could file a motion for a hardship under the current circumstances that he would be allowed back into his house or the house. No job, no income, can't get a job, nobody's hiring, savings are depleting rapidly. Can't afford an apartment given the current cost of the house and legal costs. Friends don't take me into their houses because of COVID-19 fear. I should be allowed to stay in a separate part of my house like my basement that has its own access and a lockable door. Is that correct? I read that right?
Yes, I believe you did. Yes.
Okay, lights. And you continue to move forward with negotiations in the course of this litigation, the divorce, right?
Yes.
So at some point, is it your understanding that he had been living in Boston with a guy named Richie Kovitz and his wife or significant other, Carol? Did you know he was living in Boston?
I don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, did you know that he ended up going to another state?
Yes.
Where did he go?
I believe he went to Florida.
Florida, okay. Did he, in fact, on March 26th, now we're talking, send you an email, or send an email and copy to you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's kept, again, in the normal and ordinary course of business, right?
Yes.
So I would offer that.
No objection.
All right, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 334.
Pulling up 334. You agree, sir, that this was an email March 26th, 2020 at 4:03 in the afternoon where Harry wrote to John Hoffman, that would be you, right?
Yes.
On this one, he indicated now, that it's March 26th of 2020, I cannot stay at my friend Richie's anymore. The building is closed for non-permanent resident. I am on my way to Florida right now. A friend of mine has a camper and an RV park on Rockledge. I'll stay there for a couple of weeks. It's free. You remember receiving that?
I do.
And then as a result of that, he did move to Florida, right?
As far as I know, yes.
And then you continued on representing him through the month of April, right?
Yes.
And at some point, do you recall that he sent you and a couple of other friends or people an email on April 13th of 2020, sir?
Yes, I do recall that.
Kept in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Yes.
Robert?
No objection.
Okay, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 335.
Pull up 335, please. Now, looking at 335, sir, this is now April 13th, 2020 at 7:35 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And he sends an email to you, right?
Yes.
And again, he says, is there any possible way to get me into my house as a save shelter. As it looks right now, the lockdown may go on for months. In a couple of weeks, I have to leave the camper, come back to Mass. No friend will give me a place to crash right now because of the COVID. I can't rent an apartment. They want to see income. Hotels are expensive. Not very, it says save, but really means safe. Is there a possibility they have removed the Brothers Condo in Belmont? If it's available, which is available. Let me move back into my house to protect myself. I need help here regarding a safe place to stay. You remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, lights. To your knowledge, sir, he did indeed come back to Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
He did not go into his house, did he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
He went to a hotel, right?
Yes.
Now, on April 15th of 2020, you recall that he sent you an email, sir, that was kept by you in the normal and ordinary course of business.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Put it up there.
No objection.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 336.
So finally, on Exhibit 336, which has been called up, is another email. This is dated April 15th at 12:20 in the afternoon. He writes to you, a gentleman by the name of Stu. I'm really getting desperate. I have no home in a dangerous disease environment where everybody is asked to stay home for safety. I'm staying in a trailer park now, but I have to come to Mass in a couple of weeks and have no place to go. No one's giving me a couch because of the virus. Hotels are closed and too expensive. John, can you consider filing a motion explaining my situation so that you can move to mother's condo and I can take shelter in my own house? Everybody has a safe place to stay. Schools are closed, no reason anymore. Stay at the house. Due to any orders, he's not allowed to be there. Being homeless would make all the sense in the world if she moves to the condo and I have a safe place to stay. And this was the email that he sent to you on April 15th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Whites. Now, did it come to your attention around the end of April into May of 2020 that he had come up to Mass and was staying in a hotel,
Yes.
and you were still representing him in the divorce, right?
Yes.
And there were some negotiations that were going on between the two of them, meaning McLean and Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Ultimately, at some point, looking at Exhibit 292, was a deed signed and recorded at the Registry of Deeds.
Yes.
And you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
Can you flip it over and tell us the date that the deed was signed?
April 29th of 2020.
Okay. So on April 29th of 2020, Harry signed a deed placing McLean as an owner of that property, correct?
Correct.
Did he also sign, to your knowledge, yes or no, a post-nup agreement?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach side?
Yes.
sir, did both Ms. McLean and Harry sign a post-nup agreement?
Yes.
You can inquire.
Good afternoon, Attorney Hoffman. My name is Beth McLaughlin, and I'm an ADA here in Norfolk County, and I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony here today.
Certainly.
So you stated that you have been an attorney for approximately 47 years, is that right?
It's a little less.
A little less than that? You would agree with me that your primary practice is family and probate matters, is that right?
Yes.
And your goal when you get hired by an individual or a client is to get the very best settlement for your client, isn't that right?
Yes.
You work for a retainer, is that right?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but a retainer is a lump sum payment, and then you work off of that in billable hours. So every email you send, every phone call you have, that starts chipping away at the retainer, is that right?
Yes.
And once the retainer is depleted, then you would, if the settlement hasn't been resolved or the divorce hasn't been resolved, you would then charge your client an hourly rate or ask for another large lump sum?
Well, I would ask for an additional retainer, yes.
Okay. So you don't work off of, you wouldn't start charging them hourly, you would ask for another retainer in order to chip away at that, is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that divorce proceedings and probate court matters can be lengthy?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Especially when they are contested, right?
Yes. The only reason I'm having difficulty answering is that each case is different. Some cases are much more expensive than others. That was my hesitancy.
So you would agree with me that if there were a lot of contested items in a divorce, you would have to spend a lot of time working with the other party's attorney in order to come up with some sort of an agreement in order to resolve those issues, is that right?
That is correct.
So it can be very time consuming.
It can be, yes.
And that continues to chip away at the retainer.
Yes.
And the more disagreements there are, the longer it could potentially take, is that right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that a post-nump or a pre-nump can help alleviate some of that disagreement in a divorce proceeding?
Yes, I would agree with that.
The defendant retained you, or you wrote that letter that was made an exhibit on February 5th of 2020. You sent that letter to Katie McLean after the defendant had retained you, is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you aware at that time that Katie had obtained a 209A order against the defendant on February 3rd of 2020?
I don't recall, but I'm not saying that that's wrong. I just, off the top of my head, I don't recall.
Once you sent that engagement letter to Ms. McLean, she in fact hired her own attorney.
She
Is
did.
that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And that attorney was Jolie Vaki, am I saying that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you had a lot of correspondence with Attorney Vaki about this matter, is that correct?
I don't recall a lot of correspondence, but there certainly was.
At the time that you first were retained, there was no prenup, right?
That is correct.
And so you had to talk to Attorney Vaki about all of the property and everything that was going to get divided up in this divorce, is that right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Katie's main focus, or the main focus of the divorce proceedings, was Katie staying in the house for her children, is that right?
It was very important. Yes, I recall that.
You stated earlier that you did read a couple of emails that were between you and the defendant during your representation of him, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that the defendant went to Germany in the beginning of March 2020,
Yes, I believe that's correct.
and you had an opportunity to review an email where he stated around March 17th, I believe, the email is in evidence that he was coming back from Germany because the COVID-19 pandemic had hit. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that was the email, yes.
Okay. At that time, the defendant and Katie were still moving towards divorce, right?
As I recall, yes.
And the defendant was looking into selling the house.
I don't recall that.
Okay. The house was still a source of disagreement when it came to the divorce. Is that right?
I would say that's true, yes.
When the defendant came home from Germany, you said that you believed he moved to Florida for a period of time.
That was based upon the email that I saw, yes.
Do you remember that?
I do. I believe I do, yes.
And after he went to Florida, you would agree with me that there are several emails in evidence and the defendant wanted to go home. Is that right?
Yes,
He wanted back in 29 Valley Road.
yes.
Any way he could get in, right?
No, I'm not,
Well, he was willing to stay in the basement.
I'm sorry, yes, you're right.
Okay. And then he wrote an email, I believe, on April 10th of 2020 saying that he wanted to go back to 29 Valley Road, right?
Yeah, yes,
He wrote another email to you on April 13th, 2020, that he wanted to go back to 29 Valley Road.
yes,
And in that email, there was a suggestion that Katie and the children move to Belmont. Is that right?
yes.
So he could have the house to himself.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And April 15th of 2020, he sent you yet another email, again requesting to return to 29 Valley Road, right?
Yes, if that, yes,
In that email, which is in evidence, he stated that he again wanted Katie and her children to move to Belmont, right?
yes,
I believe he was talking about how school wasn't in session, so they should have to leave the house. That's right?
yes,
And on April 17th of 2020, you sent an email to Katie McLean's attorney, Attorney Vaki, talking about Harry had a change of heart and wanted to reconcile. Is that right?
I didn't see that email, but that's possible.
Okay. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach?
May.
Go to sidebar.
to Katie McLean's attorney stating that the defendant wanted to reconcile.
Yes.
May I approach
You
Your Honor?
may.
I apologize, the font is very small. If you could just read this to yourself and let me know. You can look at the date and then read the contents and let me know when your memory is refreshed. Is your memory refreshed as to the email?
Yes.
You would agree with me that you conveyed, or you sent that email and were conveying the defendant's request to reconcile, is that right?
Yes.
You initiated the reconciliation at the defendant's request, didn't you?
Yes.
In that email, you discussed the defendant wanting to give Katie security in the reconciliation, is that right?
Could I just have a moment?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And
If you're referring to, he wants to offer a greater commitment to be engaged in the marriage with the reassurance of her security, that's,
yes, and
Yes.
prior to that, within that email, you also conveyed that he wanted to maintain the living situation for 2 more years, is that right?
yes,
And that was so the kids could have a stable living environment, is that right?
yes,
That they could graduate from school.
yes,
You conveyed that this was so Katie would be reassured in her security and the children's security, is that right?
yes,
And on April 29th of 2020, the defendant signed a quitclaim deed to give Katie and her kids that security, didn't he?
he signed the deed, yes, he did.
And that deed, in that deed, they became tenants in the entirety, is that right, in the house?
I would have to look at the deed, but,
I would agree to that.
okay, thank you.
And you would agree with me that tenants in the entirety mean that they would have equal rights, is that right?
Yes, I believe
It's
so.
essentially 50% of the house, right?
Yes,
So if one dies, the other one would get the entire house, is that right?
that is correct.
It basically gives them equal footing.
Yes,
It provides security.
yes.
If I could just have one moment, please.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Did
Thank
you
you.
know that in fact, Katie was the one that reached out to him initially through Kurt Steele to reconcile? Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
You indicate that he signed the deed because he wanted to give her a sense of security, correct?
I said that, yes,
Yeah?
yes.
And counsel asked you whether or not the house was a source of disagreement. Do you recall that, sir?
I recall that she asked me that, yes.
Right, and that she was inquiring as to whether or not the house was a source of disagreement and whether or not it was ultimately resolved by him signing the deed so that she was a half owner of his house, right?
Yes,
You knew that they were together for 2 years, living together, and then were married for 5 weeks.
yes, I did.
And in fact, sir, one of the sources of disagreement was the fact that the house would be sold and she was going to get half of it, right?
Yes, I mean, it was an issue, if that's.
And counsel asked you about the issues arising in the course of the divorce. You'd agree with me, sir, that in your experience, not mine, but the experience would be that there are alimony factors and child support factors, right?
In cases, yes, absolutely.
And he wasn't the father of the 3 kids who were living with him, was he?
No, he was
He
not.
was paying for the expenses of those kids, though, wasn't he?
He was.
And the alimony factors, one of those alimony factors, sir, is how long the marriage is, right?
Yes,
Contribution of a party to the marriage itself, right?
yes.
And in a 5-week marriage, in your 40-something years' experience, what is the alimony factor on that type of a marriage?
Objection.
No, overall, he can answer, you know.
There shouldn't be any.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe, thank you, Mr. Hutton. I believe, Chayton, we're going to give Mr. Chayton another shot.
All right, jurors, we're going to try to get the next witness on Zoom. We had an issue yesterday, as you know. Try it again today. Again, if you have any trouble seeing or hearing, please just raise your hand, and it's just as if the witness was on the stand here in front of you.
And you want me at the podium, right, sir? I do. Thank you.
I'm getting dizzy. He needs to stop walking around.
May I swear him in?
Yes.
Our Attorney Chayton, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if you could just raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it's a little warbly. I barely pick up the words.
Do you want me to try again? Is it any better now? Our sound just improved in here.
I wonder if you need to be closer to whatever microphone we're using.
Mr. Reddington, can you do a quick test?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, can you hear Mr. Reddington better?
I can hear you. I heard that it was the DA. I heard she was one that was the clearest.
Right, that was the DA, and then now this is me,
Yeah.
Kevin, and the judge was also talking to me.
Yeah, I can hear Attorney Reddington.
Okay, do you want me to go
Okay,
over
jurors,
there?
can you see and hear okay? All right.
Do you want me to swear him in over there?
I think Ms. Sandel should come over
Sure.
here because I think, is this the microphone?
Yeah.
I think this is
Yeah,
the microphone.
Okay.
That's the clearest. It's right there. I heard.
No worries. Okay, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
See, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so will you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
Sure. David Chyten, Chyten.
And where do you live, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I said, where do you live? Do you live in Florida? Do you live in Mass?
I actually think that maybe if Mr. Reddington was at council table, he'd be
The
closer.
judge wanted me to guess.
I know.
All right, one
You have to
second.
pivot.
You can try.
All right.
Want me to try?
I'm happy to move also if that's easier.
This microphone seems to be working with the Zoom.
Can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. I don't want to interfere with the jurors.
If you would like to sit so they can see, that's fine.
We can see on here.
All right, let's do it this way. Tell us again, tell us your name, please, and spell your last name.
David Chyten, Chyten.
And where do you live, sir?
I currently live in Florida.
And what do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
And do you know an individual by the name of Kathleen McLean?
I do.
And do you know an individual by the name of Harry Tuerk?
I do.
And can you tell us, were you friendly with them?
Yes.
And back in 2020, just to refresh your memory, that's around the time that the pandemic hit all of us. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In 2020, April 27th specifically, do you recall receiving a text from Ms. McLean asking you how long does it take and what is the process to get a name put on a deed of a home? Do you recall that text?
Yes.
And do you have the text of copies in front of you or?
You emailed me them, so I do have.
Okay, as long as you had a chance to look at it, that's all.
Yes, I did.
Pull that up, please, that text. That would be the April 27th, 2020, at 6:19 in the morning, I guess. Can you make it bigger? Okay. That indicates, good morning. How long does it take and what is the process to have a name put on a deed of a home, correct? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And that was from Ms. McLean to you, correct?
Yes.
Looking at April 27, 2020, you can recall, sir, that you received a text from her indicating that she's negotiating, drafting an agreement, that he is apparently willing to sign putting my name on the deed. I need it put on. If he were to die, then his one half is my half. You recall receiving that text on April 27th?
Yes. Yes.
And then, would you agree, sir, that we're waiting for the attorneys to have the lawyers to draft the agreement of the post-nup as well and the deed, and then that would be given to you to have her sign, correct?
No, I was drafting the deed. I had no involvement in the post-nup or really any knowledge.
Okay. I'm just looking at April 27th text, but so your response on April 27th, if you recall, was I can draft the deed for you, Harry can take it to a bank, get it notarized, and I will need the original to be recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall on April 27th, the same day at 9:22 in the morning, that she then said, and it should reflect me as the sole, S-I-C, as they say, S-O-U-L, sole owner, if he dies, I believe it means dies, etc., right? Do you recall receiving that? You can pull that up, Steve.
Yes.
Okay. And then your response was, yes, you will own the property. A husband and wife as tenants by the entirety means if one of you dies, the property goes directly to the other, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And in fact, he signed the deed. Ultimately, it was recorded, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Titan.
sir. Ms. Vander, on. Yeah, see if he answers. We're just trying to get Dr. Vander, now you're on it.
All right. Chairs, I believe the next witness is going to be by Zoom also.
Could we just approach on a couple issues quickly while we're working on it?
Yes.
I go down again?
Yes, yes.
This one? Hello, doctor, if you could just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor. Can you hear me?
Okay, one more time?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record.
Stephen Vandor, Vandor.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a physician.
And what kind of a physician are you?
I practice internal medicine.
And you also, on occasion, I guess what's called a PCP, primary care physician?
Correct.
All right. I want you to listen to my questions when I ask you and just answer the question that's asked, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you know Harry Tuerk?
Yes.
And how do you know Harry Tuerk?
Harry was a colleague when I worked at St. Elizabeth's.
Were you also?
And I was his primary care physician.
All right. Now, you recall when the pandemic struck us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been treating him for any medical conditions at that time?
Yes, without the benefit of records in front of me, I do recall that at the time I was treating him for, yes, a couple of medical issues.
All right. One of which was depression?
Depression and anxiety are the two that I do remember, correct.
All right. And when did you stop treating Harry?
Once again, that's difficult with the timing, but it was around the time of the pandemic. But once again, I don't have the the records in front of me for the exact time. Thanks.
And the records that you're unable to get in front of you, can you tell us briefly why you can't get the records?
So unfortunately, the St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Stewart has been in bankruptcy, and so getting records has been, their record keeping has been in disarray, and it's been unfortunately very difficult for anybody to get their medical records from the system at this time.
All right, but you made a good effort to get them.
Yeah,
And you were unable to get them, but you do remember treating Harry, right?
correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir. Hold on, DA might have some questions.
So, Dr. Vandor, I'm going to stand here just for a second so you can see me, but then I need to go to a different location where I don't think you're going to be able to see me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm blocking the jurors, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so my name's Lisa Beatty. I'm an assistant district attorney here, and I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Okay, now I'm going to move.
Mm-hmm.
So you said that you were a colleague of Dr. Tuerk's?
Correct.
How long were you a colleague of Dr. Tuerk's?
I don't know exactly. I worked at the hospital since 2006, so Harry came sometime after me. I'm guessing at least about 10 years.
Did you refer patients to him?
Yes.
Did he ever refer patients to you?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but it wouldn't be unusual sometimes for friends or family to at times get referred, but I don't remember anybody specifically.
Did you consider him to be a friend?
Collegial colleague, sure.
Okay. And when did you become his primary care physician?
Once again, without the records, hard to say, but I'm thinking somewhere 2018, 2019.
And you said that you treated him for depression and anxiety. Do you know when that started?
Once again, that's difficult to say. I believe it was around 2019, but I can't be positive without obviously looking at my records.
All right, and then you said you stopped treatment in
believe so, but sorry, but without the records, it was 5 years ago. I don't, and I'm not sure. Yeah, probably 2020. Yes.
Could it have been in 2019?
No. I think no. It was past that.
And how do you know that?
Just because I'm thinking about the events that transpired after that. That was around the time when I was no longer able to take care of him as a patient.
Okay. And do you recall how far into 2020 you treated him?
No, I can't say for sure.
How often did you see him in 2020?
Just going off of, once again, without records, usually for something like that, somebody may come in every 3 to 4 months, perhaps.
And do you know if that happened in this case, or is that just your standard practice?
That's my standard practice. I'd be speculating on the frequency of his visits.
Okay. Nothing further.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, doctor. All right, so George, we're going to take a brief recess so we can, the next witness, I believe, is going to be by Zoom as well?
Yes,
Okay,
Dr.
we're going to
Lamasada.
try to set it up a little better for everybody. So maybe 10, 15 minutes at most.
Great, thank you.
And then we'll come back and we'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we are sitting this afternoon, as I told you.
All right, please, your attention.
Be seated. Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Judge.
And then who?
Dr. Tuerk.
Okay.
No, Dr. Zizel, I'm sorry. Completely forgot. I'm thinking that he already testified this morning. I just had him leave because
All
he's
right,
sequestered.
so Dr. Lamasada, Dr.
Dr.
Zizel.
Zizel and Dr. Tuerk. Yep.
Okay, all right, so we'll take about a 15-minute
Great.
recess.
Thank you.
Fourth, all rise.
The lawyer who's making objections needs to say that loudly so the witness knows, because now at this point in time, the lawyer not at the podium's far away. So it's Ms. McLaughlin's witness, and she has a nice loud voice, but I'm just letting the court know that we're not yelling at you.
All right. We're all set for the jurors.
They're on their way.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Sergeant, please be seated.
All right, do you want to call your next witness, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth Laposada, please.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Lopasad, you could just raise your right hand.
Certainly.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, and keep your voice up for us, please.
Certainly. Dr. Elizabeth Laposada, Laposata.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a medical doctor, still specializing in forensic pathology, which deals with the specialty of determining causes of death and injury.
And have you been working with me on this case of the Commonwealth versus Harry Tuerk?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell jurors, please, your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania in 1975 with honors and a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I then attended University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with a Doctor of Medicine in 1979. I did my internship and residency at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, where I studied anatomic pathology, which is the study of the diseases of the body. Then I did my 2 years of fellowship training in St. Louis in forensic pathology, which is the understanding of causes of death and injury. In 1983, I sat for my boards in anatomic and forensic pathology and became a diplomat of the American Board of Pathology. Since that time, I've worked as an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis, the state of Delaware, the city of Philadelphia, and 12 years as the chief medical examiner in the state of Rhode Island. In 2005, I opened an independent consulting practice where I review and study cases to determine how death and injury occurred.
Thank you. And you're obviously testifying in this case, not in person, but on Zoom, and that is because of a medical condition. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You did mention that you're a diplomat at the American Board of Pathology. What does that mean?
That means that I trained in anatomic and forensic pathology in my internship, residency, and fellowship programs in programs that were certified by the American Graduate Medical Association as meeting certain high standards for training in those areas. And then I sat for a 3-day examination in those areas and passed, and then became a diplomat of the Board of American Pathology, recognized as an expert in those fields.
So is that many times somebody may say that they're board certified? Is that what that means?
Yes, it does.
So you're board certified in pathology, is that correct?
Anatomic and forensic pathology.
All right. Now, in reference to this case, can you tell the jury what materials that you had access to that you were able to review?
Yes, I reviewed the entire medical examiner file, including autopsy photographs. I reviewed scene photographs. I reviewed police reports, scene investigation reports, and some medical records.
Now, can you tell me, please, your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, pathological certainty, anatomical certainty, as to your opinion regarding the death of Kathleen McLean.
Yes.
Can you tell us, first of all, from your review of the discovery and the materials, about the body, where it was recovered and what condition was it in?
Yes, there are 2 points in a evaluation like this. First is the evaluation of the cause of death, which is why the body stopped functioning. And then there is the understanding of what changes occurred to the body after death.
Okay. And do you have an opinion from your review of the discovery and the materials that you've related as to the circumstances that resulted in the death of Ms. McLean as it relates to the cause of death?
Yes, Ms. McLean died from asphyxia due to manual strangulation due to the application of pressure to the neck.
And what were the circumstances, if you know, according to the discovery, of the application to the neck of the pressure?
That there was a argument between the 2 individuals, both consuming beverages.
When you say beverages, that would be alcoholic beverages?
Alcoholic beverages, yes, thank you.
And it's your understanding that there was an argument, and as a result of which something happened in a physical sense?
Correct.
And what was that happened in a physical sense?
From reading the records.
Objection, Your Honor.
Dr. Tuerk
Sustained.
Wait,
was.
hold up. You have to wait. If the DA objects, you have to wait for the judge to sustain.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Reddington?
Sure. Thank you, Judge. So from reviewing the materials, is it your understanding that there was a verbal argument and that escalated into a physical argument?
Correct.
And what were the nature of the 2 arguments?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection.
You have to really listen, because if they object and he sustains it, you can't continue on, okay?
Okay, well,
So-
I really can't hear the objection. I'll listen very carefully.
Okay, that's the problem. It must be the mic.
Why don't you ask her to just pause for a moment before she starts answering? That way you can let her know if there's an objection as well.
Yep. So you have, obviously, as you testified, expertise in determining the cause of death, correct?
Correct.
You examined in your autopsy, or reviewing the autopsy performed by another person, whether or not there was an injury that caused the death or a disease, for example, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this case, tell the jury, as a result of your review of the photographs, you also had access to the report from the medical examiner, obviously the chief medical examiner, Michelle Matthews, correct?
Correct.
And you had occasion to review her report, correct?
Yes.
And based on the autopsy photographs, based on her report and the information that was provided to you, and your understanding of the discovery in the case to date, do you have an opinion as to the circumstances surrounding and attending to the death of Ms. McLean?
Yes.
Tell us what it is, please. To a reasonable degree of pathological certainty.
Yes, the body was found floating face down in a pond. She had last been seen about 12 hours or so before the body was found, so there's some changes to the body from floating for that period of time in the water.
Explain that.
And then,
Can you explain that? What do you mean by
oh,
that?
yes, certainly. So Ms. McLean had changes to her body after death because of the placement of her body face down in a pond and the time that elapsed between her being placed in the pond and the body being found. And what that causes is the body, when it was placed, she was found face down, so her body is in a dead man's float position. And then due to gravitational forces and the gradual breakdown of small blood vessels after death, that position caused some hemorrhages in the back of the neck and in the muscles on the side of the neck, which were small, but due to the post-mortem effect of gravity and the fluids accumulated in the body. So that there were changes after death in the temporalis muscle. There were small broken blood vessels.
Can I interrupt you? What is the temporalis muscle? I don't understand. What is that?
So underneath the scalp, if you look underneath the scalp, there are muscles on either side in the temporal bone area. And because the body was face down for that prolonged period of time, the effects of gravity and early decomposition caused those blood vessels to break and make small hemorrhages, which are not due to the application of force, but post-mortem changes to the body after death due to the time after death and the position of the body in the dead man's float position.
So that's very important. It's your opinion that the observations that you made were as it relates to any, what is the word I'm looking for? Hemorrhages or anything that in the back of the head or the side of the head? And that is because of the dead man's float and gravity, correct?
Correct. Time after death.
Time after death. Now, there's no injuries to the back of the head or the side of the head, is there?
Correct. There's no application of force.
Now, as it relates to your continued observation of the discovery and the photographs, did you make an observation of any bruising in or about the area of the neck?
Yes.
Tell us where the bruising was in the area of the neck.
There was evidence of manual strangulation or application of a hand grasp to the neck with a bruise on the skin that would correspond to the thumb of the assailant, and then a bruise on the skin on the other side under the jaw corresponding to the fingers of the assailant. So that was a bruise, a very slight discoloration of the skin under both sides of the jaw corresponding to the place where the hand grasped the neck.
Now, when you have application of force by hand, as you described, if there are two hands, for example, there could be a circumferential bruising. In other words, the entire neck would be encapsulated. Is that correct?
Well, a circumferential bruising usually has a different hand placement.
Okay.
So it has, in order to do that, you have your thumbs in the middle, which is, we don't see that here because the hemorrhages, the slight bruise on the skin under each jaw, then when you do the dissection deeper, there was bruising and bleeding in the muscles of the neck directly under that. And that can only occur with a hand grasp. There are no marks on the skin of the back of the neck, and that blood vessel rupture that was deep in the muscle of the neck was from the face down position and the effects of gravity and decomposition causing a small hemorrhage. And importantly, the autopsy photos show how small those were. The autopsy report itself did not measure those, so it was good we had the autopsy photographs so that those hemorrhages were not due to the application of force.
So, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you have a one-handed, bilateral, if you will, application of force to the front and the side of the neck. Is that correct?
Correct, on either side. And the hemorrhages in the muscles of the neck, the so-called strap muscles of the neck, which kind of go up and down, the strap muscles are layered one upon the other. So there was hemorrhages directly under the subtle bruises on the skin, and then directly under that on the layers of muscle. So the hemorrhage was confined to just that one area, which would correspond with one hand grasp.
And when you say the strap muscles and the layers, if I suggest that there's slides that were taken of bruising one layer after another? Is it your understanding that these are not separate bruises, but the same with different layers of muscle?
Yes, yes, absolutely, because those muscles are layered one on top of the other. So when you press on the top one, it causes bleeding in the top, then it causes bleeding in the muscles under that. So it's only the one point of application of pressure, because those muscles are stacked on top of the other.
Now, do you have an opinion as to the point of application of pressure and whether or not it caused any damage to the neck itself or the interior of the neck?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
It caused bilateral or hemorrhages on both sides, one where the thumb was, one where the fingers were, and corresponding to the bruises on the skin were the hemorrhages into the underlying strap muscles. Then on the left side, there was a small fracture of the hyoid bone, which sits just above the voice box, and that also is caused from, it's a sign that pressure is applied to the neck. The bone itself is not important as far as its function, but those, like the hemorrhages and that fracture, the hemorrhages themselves and the fracture are not damaging, but it's a sign that there was pressure applied to the neck that shuts off the blood vessels carrying blood to the head. So they're markers of a death from asphyxia.
And that is consistent with your opinion of the, let's say, one-handed grab. Is that correct?
Correct. The injuries are consistent with that pattern.
And you had a chance to review the photographs as well, and were able to examine the location and coloration of the various bruises that we know, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, depending obviously on the size of a person's hand, and we see how large it is as opposed to the size of the neck of the person, can you tell us, if you know to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the maximum grip strength of an adult male would be how many PSI, pounds of pressure, if you know?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
The average.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach, please?
Yes. All right, why don't you ask it again, Mr. Reddington?
Dr. Labasada, are you familiar with the maximum grip strength of an adult male?
Yes, I am.
And what would that be in PSI, pounds per square inch?
As well as measured with a grip analysis, it's a thing you grip and you compress it, and that tells you how many pounds of pressure the grasp applies. And a healthy adult male, that grasp, the maximum grasp pressure can be about 100 pounds.
And in your experience dealing with, how many autopsies would you estimate that you've performed?
Oh, several thousand. And I can provide 4,000 or 5,000 more.
As it relates to your experience and training, and obviously what you reviewed on this case, were you able to determine the obstruction of the jugular vein requires application of approximately how many pounds of pressure?
To obstruct the jugular vein, which is a thin wall blood vessel, drains blood from the head and brain. To compress that blood vessel takes about 2 or 3 pounds of pressure.
And to obstruct the carotid artery, do you have an opinion as to how many pounds of pressure it would take?
Yes, because the carotid artery has a thicker wall, takes a little more force to close off that blood vessel, and that's usually like 10 to 20 pounds of application of pressure.
So you agree that to close off the jugular vein would be 2 to 3 or 4 to 5 pounds of pressure. To obstruct the carotid artery would be about 10 to 20 pounds of pressure. And the maximum grip strength of a healthy adult is 100 pounds of pressure, correct?
That's correct.
So do you have an opinion as to the degree of force that would be necessary to actually cause one to have these vessels closed off with a lack of oxygen causing death?
Several pounds of pressure as the grip is applied and compresses the jugular and the carotid on both sides of the neck. So it's not a forceful grab and crushing. The voice box isn't crushed. There's just compression of those blood vessels, and that then causes the brain not to get any oxygen, and the brain then dies, and that's called an asphyxial death due to lack of oxygen to the brain, because the blood flow supplying oxygen is stopped.
Okay. Now, do you, this is important, in your experience, in your training and education, are there artifacts that are left, for example, on a body from defensive wounds, scraping of the neck, trying to get the hands off the neck, things of that nature?
Well, they wouldn't be artifacts, they would be actual injuries. And so you can see fingernail scrapings as either the person applying the pressure is moving around and scratching the skin of the neck, or the person who is being attacked can take their hands and fingernails and try to pull off the assailant's hands. So it's a common, or you can see scratches on the neck from either the assailant's fingernails and with movement, or the victims trying to pull the hands off.
And would you agree with me that in this case there were literally no scratches or fingernail marks on the skin of the neck, as would be expected? There were none. There were none. There were no defensive wounds, in other words, no clawing of his hands or anything like that?
Correct.
So to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, it is your opinion, if I understand correctly, that there is one forceful application of pressure to the neck without a prolonged struggle resulting in the death of Ms. McLean. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what the autopsy findings show.
And finally, many times would you see reapplication of force? In other words, a person would grab somebody and apply force causing bruising, and then because of struggle, apply a different area of force to the neck. There's none of that here, correct?
No, there's one application of force. There's just the 2 small bruises on either side of the neck under the jaw, There's no, with the corresponding hemorrhages directly underneath that in the muscles. There's no reapplication of it further down or on the side, just the sign of one application of a hand grab to the neck.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Dr. LaPosada. My name is Beth McLaughlin. I'm an assistant district attorney here in Norfolk County. How are you today?
I'm very well, thanks.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony and about the report that you did.
Sure.
You testified that you had previously been a medical examiner in Rhode Island for approximately 12 years.
Yes.
And in 2005, did you stop practicing medicine in Rhode Island as a medical examiner?
I resigned my position because they were going to cut my budget, and I didn't feel that I could continue. I've been on call for, 24 hours a day for 12 years, and I felt it was time to move on. So I started my own independent consulting practice.
And that was in 2005, is that right?
Correct, June of 2005.
So approximately 20 years ago, you started running your own business?
20 years, well, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you haven't actually examined a body as a medical examiner in approximately 20 years, is that right?
I've done a handful of private autopsies in that time, but when I work on cases such as the case here, I rely on the autopsy documentation as written in the report, the entire medical examiner file, all the autopsy photographs, the scene investigation, witness and police statements, so the entire investigative body of information. And
So you haven't, I'm just going to stop you there.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
So you have not performed an autopsy as a medical examiner in 20 years, is that correct? I understand that you've done some private autopsies and that now you review other people's reports and make your own opinions, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you are now called by defense attorneys to testify in criminal matters, is that right?
I am, yes.
And those matters include cases that involved autopsies, and sometimes you're also called to review records of living victims, is that right?
Yes.
And in the cases with living victims, you never actually examine the victim, that's right?
When I was in the medical examiner's office, I would examine the patient, the living victim. In my independent consulting practice, I would examine photographs of any injuries of the living victim.
So I'm just talking now about your work in your practice, okay? So you do not ever examine living individuals in your practice that you've been doing for the last 20 years, correct?
Correct.
In your individual consulting. And in cases that involve autopsies, you don't actually perform the autopsy either, do you?
Correct.
You just read the reports and documents provided by the defense attorney, and you make an opinion based on other people's reports, right?
Well, I look at the autopsy report, which is meant to put down findings so any other qualified forensic pathologist would have been right there looking at it. That's the whole purpose of having an autopsy report. Plus, I have to rely on other information that we use to determine the cause and circumstances of death, which is the autopsy photographs, the scene photographs, witness statements. So there's more to examine than just the written autopsy report, but certainly that is part of my examination.
So you're basing your opinion on other people's reports and photographs, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you get paid in order to review these things, don't you?
I get paid for my time, yes.
And you get paid an hourly rate?
Yes.
How much money do you make an hour?
let's see, I think we charge $4.75 an hour.
$475 an hour. And you've been working with Attorney Reddington on this case, correct?
Yes,
And you've reviewed documents. You talked about them earlier. You reviewed the report of the medical examiner, correct?
I did. I reviewed the entire file, yes.
Okay, and photographs, you said?
Correct,
And police reports?
yes,
And Norwood Hospital records?
yes.
Approximately how long did that take you?
I can't tell you, right offhand, probably several days if you put all the time together.
So how many hours do you think that is?
I can't give you an estimate or an exact time, maybe 16 hours, maybe 10, maybe 18.
So approximately how much money have you made reviewing this case as well as doing your report and testifying here today?
I really don't know. I haven't, my assistant usually sends out the invoices.
So you have no idea? 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, what do you think?
Or maybe 5 to 8. That's just a guess.
$5,000 to $8,000 at $475 an hour. And in turning your attention to this particular case, you did not examine the body of Katie McLean, did you?
I examined the photographs and the autopsy report.
So that's a no. Is that right?
No, I did not, I think we know I did not do the autopsy.
Okay. And you said that you reviewed pictures from the autopsy. Are you aware that there were 2 sets of photographs from the autopsy?
I think I saw photographs that were from the medical examiner's office and the police.
And you said that you reviewed photographs from the scene, that's right?
Correct.
And are you aware that there were 2 sets of photographs from the scene?
I don't remember how many sets there were.
Did you review all of the photographs from the scene?
I reviewed all I had, of course.
Did you review pictures of the defendant?
Yes.
And you understand that there were 2 sets of photographs taken of the defendant, is that right?
I don't know how many, quote, sets there were, but I reviewed photographs of him.
There was 1 set from the cell phone of Sergeant Kutkowski. Did you look at those?
I don't recall.
Well, objection. She's going to review the discovery that I get from the DA and I provide to her. I don't know about Kutkowski.
Overruled. She may answer it if she knows.
Do you know if you reviewed the cell phone photographs that were taken during the defendant's interview?
I reviewed photographs of his injuries.
What about the crime scene services photographs that were taken of the defendant? Did you receive those?
I'm not sure who took the photographs, but I saw photographs of the scene where he was found and photographs of him.
And you would agree with me that the police have professional grade cameras, is that right?
Objection. How's she going to know that?
I would imagine.
Overruled if she knows.
I'm sorry, you said you would imagine?
I'm not familiar with what sort of cameras they have.
And you're saying that the defendant did not have any defensive wounds on his body?
I didn't say that.
So you agree that the defendant did have defensive wounds on his body?
From what I recall, he had injuries to his face where a glass was broken, allegedly broken against his face, and he had some injuries on his arm that fit a pattern of a serrated knife, and my understanding was that he was trying to kill himself and had to consume.
So my question, I'm just going to stop you right there.
No. Can she finish, please?
All right,
If
let her
she could
finish.
answer the question, which was, did he have any
She was.
defensive wounds?
All right, rephrase the question, ask it again, please.
But what
I'm going to just ask you a question again. So you're saying that you did not observe any defensive wounds on the defendant,
correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They could
And you said that you had reviewed police reports.
Yes.
Which agencies did you review police reports from?
Oh, I don't recall right now.
Okay, if I said the Dover police reports, would you agree with that?
Yes.
What about the Dedham police reports?
If there were police reports, I reviewed them if they were available to Attorney Reddington.
What about state police reports?
I probably reviewed those, yes.
And you listened to the defendant's statement that he made?
No.
You didn't listen to the defendant's statement?
Correct.
You reviewed Dr. Matthews' report, you said that.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that all steps taken by Dr. Matthews were correct?
I disagree with that.
You don't think that the autopsy that the report of the autopsy that Dr. Matthews did was correct?
I disagree with some of her conclusions, yes.
But I'm talking about the steps that she took during the autopsy.
No, I disagree with those two. There were no measurements of the hemorrhages she describes in the muscles around the face and the head, and she did not recognize those as being changes to the body after death. So those are very significant errors.
So you agree that the cause of death was manual strangulation, right?
Correct.
And in your report, you stated that Katie McLean's injuries were consistent with only a one-handed grab. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that primarily because you showed us here today that the one-handed grab would cause bruising from the thumb and the forefinger on her neck. Is that right?
Well, not just the forefinger, but the rest of the fingers, yes. So looking at the injuries on her neck, those are what we call a pattern injury, which means they correspond to something. So the injuries that I saw corresponded to one application of force on either side of the neck under the jaw.
Okay. But then when you were talking about the two-handed grab, you put your hands out like this, and you would agree with me that the two thumbs could hit right where you're saying the two bruises were, right?
Well, only taken in isolation. But you have to look at the bruising then underneath and see how that corresponds to the changes on the skin surface. So we know that there was not just one pinpoint of like one thumb, but there was the hand grasp.
But it's possible that where you're saying the two bruises are, they could be from thumbprints from a two-handed grab. Isn't that right?
No.
So you would agree, but you would agree with me that it could be from a two-handed grab, correct?
She's answered the
No,
question.
the evidence does not correspond with that at all.
Okay. So you reviewed the autopsy pictures, you already said that, and you saw the bruise to the exterior of Katie's neck, right?
Yes.
And you said that there was one area under the right jawbone and one area under the left jawbone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you examined the internal pictures of Katie's neck too, right?
Yes.
And you saw the 4 layers of hemorrhage in the front of her neck. You talked about that on direct.
Well, there's 2 layers on each side. There's 2 layers of muscle on each side. Well, actually 3. And they're layered one on top of the other. And there was bruises that would correspond to injury and compression on top of those layered muscle groups.
Okay. So you would agree with me that one layer is skin, is that right?
You could say that.
Okay. And her skin had a hemorrhage. It had an ecchymosis, right?
It was very, very faint.
Okay. But it had you would agree with me that you testified on direct that there was bruising to her external neck, is that right?
Yes, very faint under the jawbone on the neck.
And the next layer would be, and I am probably not going to say this right, so you'll have to correct me, but the sternocleidoid mastoid muscle, is that right?
Now, if you want to really go from the skin down, you have the skin, and you have a very thin sheet of muscle called the platysma. Then you have the sternocleidomastoid. Then you have the sternothyroid and the sternohyoid, as they're all layered one above the other.
And those muscles had hemorrhaging on Katie's neck, didn't they?
Yes, they had 1 point application of hemorrhage.
And you would agree that bilaterally means both sides of the plane of the neck, correct?
Correct, on both sides.
So Katie's neck had 4 layers of hemorrhages.
If you want to count each muscle layer, sure.
Okay. And you would agree that that indicates a significant amount of force was put on her neck?
Well, not significant. That's where you're wrong. It does not take a huge amount of force to compress those very thin muscles and break the blood vessels, and also to compress the blood vessels on the side of the neck to cause a lack of blood flow to the brain. So it's like 5 pounds of pressure, which compared to what a adult grasp maximally can do, which is 100, it's not a huge amount of pressure.
But it takes force, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you would agree that the injuries, the hemorrhages that we're talking about, the internal hemorrhages in Katie's neck, they would have occurred pre or peri-mortem, right?
No, they caused her death. So peri-mortem means around the time of death, but pre-mortem means occurring when you're alive.
So
when she was alive, and the pressure on those blood vessels caused her death.
So those injuries, the 4 layers of hemorrhages, are what caused her death.
The pressure that those are a marker of.
So she was alive when those injuries when she sustained those injuries, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also examined the pictures of Katie's hyoid bone, right?
Yes.
And you agreed that the left greater horn of the hyoid bone was fractured.
Correct.
And you would agree that a broken hyoid bone alone does not cause death, right?
There is nothing about the hyoid bone that you need to sustain life. Again, that is a marker that pressure was applied to the sides of the neck.
So it doesn't cause death alone, right?
Well, the fracture of the hyoid bone itself does not produce death, but we use it as a marker to understand that pressure was applied to the sides of the neck, which stopped the blood vessels, and then that's what causes the death.
I understand that, but my question is, a broken hyoid bone alone does not cause death, correct?
Correct.
And you already said that you examined the internal photographs of the back of Katie's neck, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that she had bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage, right?
I disagree with that. The photographs don't support that. There was very deep bleeding around where the spinal column is. And again, that was not a result of application of force there because the skin was not injured. The muscles above that little bleeding were not injured. And that is due to the changes after death of the position of her body.
Well, you're saying that it happened after death, right?
All right.
Correct. Those are post-mortem, meaning after death changes. That's why it's so important to know the circumstances of the discovery of the body and be able to separate damage to the body after death from injuries that actually cause death.
So I'm just going to ask that you listen to my question and you answer it with a yes or a no.
She's answering the question.
Okay, overruled. Go ahead.
So you saw the bilateral posterior neck muscle hemorrhage. You believe that it was post-mortem, is that correct? But you did observe the muscle hemorrhages, correct?
Deep central muscle hemorrhage, bleeding that was after death.
So deep alongside her spinal column, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me that hemorrhages occur pre-mortem, correct? Because death, your blood stops flowing, right?
Well, they can occur both because the heart is pumping around blood and those blood vessels are damaged in life, or the changes after death due to hydrostatic pressure of gravity that pulls down. We see the livor mortis, the settling of blood, And also, it will give us a indication of the position of the body, so we know the position of the body. And those are hemorrhages, meaning there's small bleeding into the tissue from the forces of blood settling, no longer under the force of the heart pumping, so blood settling, in addition to the early decompositional changes of dissolution of the small blood vessels. So these, we call them hemorrhages, but they are not caused during life and not caused by use of force.
So when that's a lot to unpack, so I just want to back you up a little bit. So when the heart stops pumping, blood stops flowing, right? Do I have that right?
You do.
Okay. And hemorrhaging occurs when blood is flowing, correct?
It can, yes.
And you saw hemorrhages within 3 layers of muscle in the back of Katie's neck, correct?
No.
You saw it in 2?
It was a deep muscle hemorrhage right around the spinal cord. So there were no layers of hemorrhage. There was some livor mortis post-mortem dissolution of the blood vessels, which showed a small hemorrhage.
Well, you would agree with me that livor mortis is different than bruising. Is that correct?
Well, livor mortis can produce, quote, bruising, meaning that there is dissolution of a small vessel which causes release of the blood in that one area. Usually when we speak of bruising, we mean that it's caused by injury to blood vessels and then the heart pumping the blood out. So, it's important to know the difference between a post-mortem or after-death artifactual hemorrhage from a pre-mortem or during life hemorrhage.
So livor mortis is different than bruising or ecchymosis, correct?
Well, livor mortis refers to the general settling of blood into the dependent areas of the skin of the body, and then if a certain area has is more dependent, that livor mortis can change into small post-mortem hemorrhages like we see here.
So livor mortis is blood settling, not blood flowing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me that you talked about the deep layer of blood in Katie's spinal cord. You said it was right down, all the way down into her spinal cord, right?
No, not to her spinal cord, to the bone. It was very deep, a very small breakage of blood vessels through the position of the body after death, unrelated to any trauma during.
Well, I'm not asking you what it's related to. I'm just saying that you saw it. You're saying that it was deep in the spinal cord, right? You would agree with me that that's through layers of muscle.
No, it was, the layers of muscle were uninjured, and the back of your neck has a lot of very thick muscles, and those muscles showed no injury. The skin of the back of the neck showed no injury. There was a small amount of post-mortem hemorrhage deep above the spinal vertebral bodies due to the post-mortem time after death and the position of the body.
So Katie had hemorrhages into the deep area of her neck, is that right? And she had bilateral injuries in the back of her neck as well. I understand that you're saying that they are from post-mortem injury, but I'm just asking you, you would agree with Dr. Matthews that there was bilateral injury on the back of Katie's neck, is that right?
I disagree with that.
Okay.
He interpreted it as an injury, and that's an error.
You also talked about the injuries to Katie's head, right?
Yes, again, those are post-mortem.
So I'm not asking you what they are, I'm just asking you if you saw the injuries to her head.
There were small areas of blood vessel disruption in the temporalis muscle, which is under the scalp on either sides of the head. They were extremely small, less than 1/2 inch.
But there were injuries to Katie's head, correct?
No, they're not injuries. They're not the application of force during life.
You saw damage to Katie's head. Is that correct?
There was post-mortem changes, as I said, they were not caused by any injury during life.
I'm not asking you how they were caused, Dr. LaPosada. I would really like it if you could just answer my question,
Well,
yes or
again,
no.
we're at the same
Attorney
position.
Reddington will give you an opportunity to explain. I'm asking you yes or no questions.
I'm just asking that.
Well, if I can answer yes
Once,
or no,
there's three people talking at the same time. So ask the question again.
You would agree that there was damage to Katie's head, yes or no?
No,
You didn't see any damage to Katie's head.
there was not damage that was occurred during life.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you if there was damage to Katie's head.
Well, that's the best way I can answer
Okay.
that.
You would agree that the damage in Katie's head was bilateral, correct?
There were small bleedings on either side of the temporal muscle.
So that's bilateral, right?
Right, on either
Okay.
side, correct, right and left.
And you would also agree that they go into the cerebral cortex of her brain.
No, that's not correct. There was also some settling of the blood in the subarachnoid area of the coverings of the brain, again, due to the position and the time that she was in that position after her death.
And again, I understand that your opinion is that the injuries to Katie's head were post-mortem. However, you would agree with me that they are also consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You stated that sustained compression of both sides of the head can produce unconsciousness in an average of 10 seconds. Is that right?
Sustained pressure to both sides of the neck to compress the blood vessels that we discussed earlier.
Okay.
Yes,
So you would agree that that can happen in the average of about 10 seconds?
correct.
And unconsciousness does not mean not breathing. Is that right?
Correct. Because the manual strangulation has nothing to do with the airway. The airway is unobstructed. It's a blood flow problem.
So when you're unconscious, you can still be breathing, right?
Correct.
And you agree that although you say an average of about 10 seconds, it could be longer, depending on the person, right?
That would be an average. I've had cases where it's been 3 seconds, sometimes longer. It depends on the exact particulars of the interaction.
So it could be longer, is that right? That's what I'm hearing?
correct.
Okay. You also said that death can follow within 4 to 5 minutes, right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that not all strangulations lead to death, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that when breathing and blood flow resumes, lives can be saved, right?
Well, again, the manual strangulation doesn't cut off the airway, but people certainly survive attempted strangulations.
Okay. And medical care could help facilitate breathing to resume, is that right?
That's possible.
And if a person was brought to the hospital, a tube could be placed to help with any obstruction with the breathing, right?
Well, there is no obstruction.
Okay. Once the pressure is released, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. CPR would be helpful to resume breathing, isn't that right?
Well, it depends on the case. If somebody's dead, you can't always resuscitate them.
But you just testified that not all strangulations lead to death, right?
Correct.
So if CPR was done, it could resuscitate a person after a strangulation, correct?
Depends on the case.
It's possible, correct?
Possible.
Yep. Are you aware that the defendant stated that Katie was fighting him and he kept going when he had his hands around her neck?
Okay, overruled. She can answer it.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with that.
Because you didn't listen to the defendant's statement, right?
I did not listen to the defendant's statement.
And you would agree that strangulation often does not leave marks or bruises, right?
There are usually indicia of strangulation, either in the skin or in the muscles of the neck.
But you're aware that there are strangulation cases where a victim survives and there are no exterior bruising, no exterior injuries that people can see.
So you're talking about what you see on a survivor of an attempted manual strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, sometimes you can see marks or scratches on the neck. Sometimes you can see scratches in the face. You might see some hemorrhages in the eye.
And sometimes you can't, right?
Usually there are some abnormal findings on the body.
But you would agree with me that there are cases where there are no external injuries with strangulation.
If they're survived, yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you did, in fact, observe injury on Katie, correct?
Yes.
And those injuries led you to believe that her cause of death was strangulation.
Yes, manual strangulation. Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just a couple, not many. So, on cross-examination, the district...
Mr. Redding, I'm not sure she can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. District Attorney asked you questions about the fact that you get paid money for your testimony here today, $475 an hour, as you're charging me apparently on this case, correct?
I have paid for the time I spend working on the case.
Exactly.
I don't get paid for any particular conclusion.
And it's pretty much a given that in this case, in this courtroom, pretty much everybody that has anything to do with this case, defense attorney, prosecutor, judge, cops, anybody is getting paid for their time in this trial. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. She can
Well,
answer.
it's their job like it's my job.
And the fact that you are getting paid after all of these years' experience and that you're charging $475 an hour, is that going to sway your testimony so you would be less than candid to this jury?
Of course not.
Go ahead. Thank you very much.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Lapasada.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take the lunch recess. Plan to be back at 2 p.m. and we'll get going this afternoon. I'll talk to the attorneys over the break as well to give you an update when you come back from lunch. Thank you.
All right,
They have on cross, I don't know. Direct exam on Harry would probably be a half hour.
I know it's tough to tell, but trying to figure out if it's going to spill into tomorrow.
I think it might.
Okay.
And then I guess that leads us to, though, whether or not the court wants to close tomorrow.
If we If the testimony ends early enough, the answer would be yes.
Okay.
I don't want to cram everything in. In other words, if we end for the day at 12 o'clock with testimony, I think it makes sense to come back
Right.
on Thursday. We also have to do a charge conference.
Yes.
So we'll talk about that a little bit more at
Okay.
2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are, excuse me, we are going a full day tomorrow, just so.
She was great.
Court, all rise.
Anyone hit you today?
Court's now in session. You may be seated.
All right, anything before the jurors come over?
Yes, please. May we approach?
Yes.
Please, sir. Central.
No, you wouldn't let anyone talk about COVID. That's his rule. Objection to it. You can talk about COVID.
Thank you, baby seated.
All right, Mr. Reddington, do you want to call your next witness?
I would, Your Honor, thank you. Dr. Paul Zizel, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the jurors, and keep your voice up so everybody can hear you.
Paul Zizel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And can you tell us your educational background in that degree?
I have a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College. I have a master's from Harvard University, a master's degree from Boston University, and a bachelor's degree from Queens College.
And can you just briefly share with us your work experience? Have you worked as a forensic consultant?
Yes, I've worked as a forensic psychologist and consultant since 1993.
Who have you been attached to, or who have you worked for as a forensic consultant?
So I have been retained and worked for various district attorneys' offices throughout the Commonwealth, with the exception of Nantucket County. I've worked in every DA's office. I work for defense counsel who represent respondents. I'm here in the capacity of an expert today to see if I can be helpful to educate the jury for the defense.
And in reference to that, sir, when you say forensic consultant, what does that actually mean?
A forensic consultant in psychology is a psychologist who's trained as a clinical psychologist and works with the integration of legal matters. So whenever there is an individual who may be engaged in perhaps criminal activity, where there's some mental health concerns, someone like me who has a understanding of major mental illness can make recommendations pertaining to how an individual may understand the charges against them, if they understand them at all. And that refers to competency, as well as being able to render opinions about other things, such as criminal responsibility, which is often known as not guilty by reason of insanity.
Now, in that capacity, sir, have you also consulted or been a consultant to the Department of Correction as it relates to people that are sexually dangerous persons?
Yes, I probably have done about close to 800 or 900 cases of risk assessment for sexual dangerousness, rendering opinions about who is likely to be dangerous, who's not likely to be dangerous, and what the research variables are that point in either direction.
You're familiar with psychodiagnostic evaluation, sir?
Yes.
And in that capacity, have you had occasion to consult as well with a number of law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Have you consulted with, for example, the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency out of Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I'm a psychologist for the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, representing their 19 New England offices.
So, in other words, if somebody was a DEA officer and they had some type of trauma in one of those 19 offices across the country, you would be
Well, it would be the 19 offices within New England, though I have been on occasion requested to go to other parts of the country when the retained psychologist was not available, so DC and other states. So my role is if a DE agent gets involved in a shooting, they implement immediately the request for that psychologist attached to that region to go and help with the evaluation, do the debriefing for those involved. Conversely, if there's a DE agent who has suicide ideations and may have tried to make efforts to hurt themselves, we also get involved immediately.
All right. Is it fair to say that you have a significant amount of experience in that capacity dealing with trauma?
Yes.
Have you been attached as well to governmental agencies to provide comprehensive psychological support for people in war-torn countries?
Yes, I spent 38 months in Afghanistan from 2007 to November to 2011 in February.
What did you do in Afghanistan?
I was a forensic and clinical psychologist involved in providing care for the State Department employees. I was a State Department vendor, but attached to the military as well. So whenever there would be what's known as a TIC, T-I-C, troops in combat, I would be sent by a helicopter to that region to do as quickly as possible a debriefing of those people involved in that shooting or in those shootings.
And in that capacity as well, it might be a little quicker, fair to say that you also have been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, Liberia, East Timor, Bosnia, Kosovo, Macedonia, Israel, Colombia, and Haiti.
Not all those places, but some of them, yes.
Okay, and would that be for duty evaluations as well as psychological or stress management?
Yes, so fitness for duty evaluations are often attached to embassies where I've gone to do evaluations for the security personnel, sometimes remotely, sometimes in person, to determine if they are able to continue their jobs, helping high-level diplomats, foreign visitors, secretaries of state, presidents, vice president, congresspeople who may be in those countries doing a visit or speaking with governmental officials.
And finally, sir, directing your attention to, you also have been a consultant to the United Nations, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also been a consultant to the Department of State, the Department of Defense, and served in various countries without going through them all, like Afghanistan, Kabul, and places like that.
That's correct.
Teaching combat stress control, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that you are familiar with the concept of trauma and its effect on a human body, is that correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
So what exactly is trauma?
So trauma is when an individual is exposed to either a man-made or a horrific event that could be a natural disaster. So a hurricane results with the same outcome as a mass shooting in a mall might be. There are certain physiological responses and psychological responses that people have when they're exposed to very dangerous situations. Everyone reacts slightly differently, but generally speaking, the vast majority of people who are exposed to those types of trauma will respond in the same exact way. The people who don't are generally considered psychopaths, and that's roughly 1% to 3% of the population.
As it relates to trauma, sir, would you explain to us, please, what stressors are as it relates to what is referred to as the, probably mispronounced this, polyvagal.
Okay, so that's an event when we are exposed to a highly dangerous situation, perceived by us, but often indeed a realistic appraisal of that situation. So imagine being in a situation where you see things that just don't strike you as correct. There's something wrong with what you're observing. It may be hard to articulate it. It may be hard to verbalize it, but something doesn't seem right. You sometimes hear things. It's sensory integration. You will hear things that don't seem right, and sometimes you will smell things that don't seem right. So when that happens, there's a part of the brain that's known as the amygdala.
Can you spell that? AMYGDALA, amygdala. What is that? It's part of the brain?
It's a part of the brain. It's the size of a walnut. In Latin, it actually means walnut. I'm sorry, almond in Latin, but it's about the size of a walnut, and it's midbrain, sitting right between the left and the right hemisphere, but it's center brain. That's the part of the brain. It's essential for survival. If you don't have that, you will not survive. And it's essential for survival because it picks up all those cues that could be nonverbal. They could be verbal, but they could be nonverbal, where we make assessments and interpretations of what we might feel are dangerous situations that are impending.
Now, if a person is involved in an event that causes a situation of extreme stress, is there a particular reaction, in general, of the human body defense repertoire?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Sure. So when that event occurs, and we can call that a dangerous event of some sort, an attack, there's a non-cognitive response, no thinking involved, where your body reacts to this danger by increasing your heart rate, your blood pressure, your adrenal medulla glands, which are by your kidneys, start to secrete adrenaline, which gives us high energy for quite some time. It gives us strength, and it gives us the capacity to fight off an invader, whether it's a saber-toothed tiger from 5,000 years ago or some terrorist who's taking over the mall. It also changes our physiological response to certain cues. So one of the unpleasant events that take place for people is that we lose unnecessary mass that we carry with us. So you'll hear stories, people don't like discussing these things, but you will evacuate your bowels without even having an awareness of that. You'll sometimes wet your clothing because you just get rid of unnecessary mass. You also have tunnel vision and what we call auditory exclusion. So you could be in a firefight. If you sit next to a person discharging a weapon, it will really damage your ear. You'll have tinnitus, your ears will be ringing for a while. But if you have this powerful adrenaline-based response to the amygdala, you often won't hear any noise whatsoever. And your mind, in a way, protects your body, protects your brain. So those are the things that take place. You end up having extreme power. You have auditory exclusion. You don't hear things. Tunnel vision. You don't see things. You are reacting without thinking.
Now, that understanding, sir, would you agree that it would create a cascade of physiological changes that you talked about, shortness of breath, tremulousness, racing heart, sweating, tunnel vision, things of that nature?
That's correct.
Now, it also would create, I think you mentioned hyperarousal. Is that right?
That's correct.
How about intense fear? Does it generate intense fear as well that would impair cognitive function?
It does create intense fear.
What happens in that regard, sir, as it relates to, you ever heard of fight or flight?
It's a fight or flight reaction. Intense fear is essentially when the individual is worried about their safety, but it's not a nominal amount of worry. It's excessive, and it's related to the elevation in the belief that their lives are at risk. And there's not much thinking that goes on. It's visceral. You respond automatically. Imagine touching a hot stove top. You don't have to think, this stove is hot, my flesh is burning, it's extremely painful, it smells bad, I don't like this feeling, what should I do? you automatically pull your hand away. You automatically pull your hand away. No thinking involved. It's an automatic response. It's, if you will, Pavlovian. It's one trial learning. You will never touch hot stovetops again because the powerful learning takes place. That's what happens when the amygdala is reacting to dangerous situations where a person's survival and safety is at risk.
And at that stage, with all of these symptomology that you've described, that's when the person's ability to make intelligent or rational decisions would be impaired.
Objection as to form.
Okay, sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Thank you. What effect does this have on a rational person and their thought processes?
Objection as to form.
Okay, sustained. Rephrase it.
So if a person is involved with that type of a number of stressors, it would have an effect, would it not, on their state of mind in decision-making.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
When a person is suffering from or involved with that type of stressor that you've described for us, does that impact their ability to have rational thinking?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Dr. Zizel, you're not equating living in Afghanistan to living in Dover, Massachusetts, are you?
I am not.
And in fact, you're not here to provide any information about this particular defendant, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not here to provide any particular information about the facts of this case, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is general information regarding how all of our bodies work in times of stress, right?
In times of excessive stress,
In times of
life-threatening
excessive
stress. That's correct.
Okay. And you're talking about war zones.
Not necessarily war zones.
Are war zones included?
War zones are included. Most horrific trauma does not take place in a war zone.
All right.
But it could be a war zone. It could be a hurricane, an earthquake, a car accident. It could be a fight on the street. It could be someone attacking another person.
But our nervous system is designed to react in this way, right?
That's correct.
And you talked about the saber-toothed tiger, right?
I did.
Okay, so this is a long-standing system within our bodies, right?
It's evolutionary psychology. That's exactly right.
All right. But not everybody reacts in the same way.
There are, that's fair to say, not everyone reacts the same way, but most people, when threatened with their lives, will have a powerful response
When
to survive.
threatened with their life.
Threatened with their lives or feel that they're threatened with their lives. That's correct.
Okay. So you're talking about life-threatening situations.
That's part of it, of course, yes.
All right. And you're not saying that people lose free will, right?
Well, free will is an interesting construct because when we
Well,
have...
yes or no? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
You're not saying that everyone in a life-threatening situation loses free will?
You know, I'm not saying that.
Okay, thank you. And certainly how people react in threatening situations might be different based on the physical geography or layout of the area, correct?
Hypothetically, I would say so, yes. I mean, I'm not sure what my understanding of a layout of the area might be different than yours or anyone here in this courtroom. So it's hard for me to answer it. But not everyone looks at a environment and the field that they're on or the building that they're in the same way. People have different historical experiences that make them look at other places differently.
All right, so people perceive things differently. That's a true statement, right?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And different people might perceive different rooms or different geography differently. That's what you were just talking about, right?
Yes.
But I'm talking about the same individual person might react differently in one physical space versus another physical space, right?
That's fair to say, but with danger, the response generally, no matter where you are, whether you're in the mountains of the Hindu Kush or whether you're on the beach in Chatham, fear will generate the amygdala's response. So the geographic area probably has less to do than with the threat that person might be facing.
So even if our amygdala is triggered, we're still taking information though, right?
Yes.
And so we're still able to perceive whether we're backed into a corner, right?
Yes.
Or whether we're in an enormous football field, right?
That's fair to say.
We can still perceive those differences.
Yes.
Nothing further.
That's all I have, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. You may
Thank you,
step
Ron.
down.
Thank you. Yep, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yeah, you want to call your next witness, Mr.
Yes, I
Whittington?
would. Harry Tuerk, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Honor.
All right. Tell us your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Harry Tuerk, Tuerk.
And how old are you, Harry?
I'm 63 years old.
63?
Yes.
Where were you born?
I was born in East Germany.
And you went to school in East Germany?
I did.
Was that communist East Germany?
That was communist East Germany, a colony of CCCR.
And how long did you live, as we would say, behind the wall in East Germany?
That is correct. I was behind the wall, and I lived there all the way until the wall came down.
And when the wall came down, what, if anything, did you do?
I celebrated.
And how did you do that?
I partied with my family and my friends.
And tell us about your education that you got while you were behind the wall. Was it a good education?
It was a good education because East Germany, and opposite to most East Bloc countries, had more resources, and it was somewhat comparable to Western countries.
What education did you have in East Germany?
I had school, typical school, all the way from first grade to graduating high school.
When you graduated high school, what did you do?
After I graduated high school, I went to the military service.
And what kind of military service?
Military service in East Germany was mandatory. 18 months was the minimum we had to serve. And I went to the Air Force.
So you were in the East German Air Force for 18 months.
Correct.
And when you left the military service after 18 months, what did you then do?
I did apply for medical school, but I was accepted a couple years later. So I went and worked as a nurse assistant in an East Berlin hospital
How long did you do that?
for another 18 months.
So after you worked as a nurse assistant in an Eastern Bloc hospital for 18 months, what did you then do?
I entered medical school in September 1989.
Where was
1983, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Where was that?
That was in East Berlin.
And did you complete medical school in East Berlin?
Yes, I attended Humboldt University, prestigious university in Germany at this point in time, and I graduated medical school 6 years later, summa cum laude.
Okay. What did you do when you graduated from medical school?
I entered residency,
How long did you have a residency?
5 years,
What was the residency in?
in urology.
Urology?
Urology, the disease of the urinary tract.
Urinary tract. What did you then do to advance your career as a physician?
I graduated again, or finished the residency in 1984, and I did 2 years of fellowship.
Where was that?
That was in East Berlin as well, on the Charité University Hospital.
And can you spell that for the stenographer?
Charité is a French word, and Charite with a dash above the E.
Okay. What did you do then?
I became an attending at the Department of Urology at the Charité Hospital.
What does an attending mean? What is that?
A full-fledged physician that was then training residents, doing responsible work on your own, do surgery on your own. You're basically done with your education and start working as an independent physician.
Were you doing surgery at this point?
I was.
Any particular focus? Was it all on urology?
I was all on urology, but my particular focus was first on transplant, on kidney transplant, particularly in children, which I did many hundreds of, and after that in laparoscopic and robotic surgery, which I became a specialist.
What is laparoscopic surgery?
That is summarized as what we call minimal invasive surgery, minimizing trauma to enter the body to actually execute the surgery that you would do with big incisions. For example, I'm sure that many of you are familiar with a laparoscopic cholecystectomy, removing a gallbladder with small incisions. I just didn't remove gallbladders, I removed kidneys, prostate, bladders.
Okay. What did you then do with your career at that point?
I published a lot. I traveled the world as far as giving presentations is concerned. I did a lot of life surgery because I was one of the pioneers of laparoscopic and robotic surgery.
What is robotic surgery?
Robotic surgery is the next step of laparoscopic surgery. Laparoscopic surgery requires that you have still the tools in your hand. You're required to require significant dexterity as a surgeon. They are long instruments. They're introduced to what we call ports. So you make a small incision on the skin. You introduce cannulas if you want. They have valves because you inflate typically the abdomen of the human being when you do laparoscopic surgery with carbon dioxide, with gas. And then you introduce long instruments into the body, a camera into the body, you watch on the screen, and you perform the surgery inside the body, a closed body, while watching on the screen instead of cutting the patient wide open to access the same area. And the robot now on top of that replaces the limitations of the dexterity of a human hand. So the robotic device commonly known here in the United States and the rest of the world, the Da Vinci robot.
Da Vinci, like
Da Vinci robot connects then to these instruments instead of my human hand, and has significantly enhanced dexterity compared to a human hand, while I'll walk over to a console and start manipulating the instrument remotely. I'm not on the body at this point in time of the patient. I'm actually sitting in the corner of the OR room on the console. It's a little bit like a flight simulator. I have my screen, three-dimensional screen, which is another advantage of robotic surgery compared to conventional laparoscopic surgery. And I performed then surgery via the robotic device on the patient connected to the instruments with significantly enhanced dexterity, meaning more accuracy.
Now, when did you come to the United States?
First time I came to the United States was 2001.
Is that when the wall came down?
Sorry, what?
That when the wall came down?
No, the wall came down November 9 to November 10, 1989.
Okay.
I will never forget that.
Okay, and then you came to the U.S. in 2001?
Yes, I did my education, finished my education, became somewhat known in the field of my expertise, and I was asked or requested by the Norfolk Department of Urology in Virginia for 6 months to come there and to help training some of their physicians
Is this in the robotic surgery?
in laparoscopic and robotic surgery.
All right, so this was pretty much cutting-edge medical treatment, is that correct?
Correct.
And in your career, you stayed in the United States, is that correct?
That was for 6 months, and a visiting professorship to teach, again, and several Virginia urologists to pick up that kind of technology. And then I returned to Germany for 1 year, and then I came back to the United States for good.
And did you become an American citizen?
I did.
What year?
I believe it was somewhere around 2007 or 2008.
Did you speak English when you came to the U.S.?
I did not. I grew up in East Germany, which again was kind of a colony of CCCR. Russian was mandatory in addition to German, and I did not speak a word of English when I came to the United States.
How did you learn English?
I taught myself.
Taught yourself. Tell us about your career in the U.S. now at this point. Did you continue on with robotic surgery?
Yes, that's why I ended up in the United States. I was offered several positions in several academic centers to advance the technology of robotic surgery and bring it to the United States. I ended up at Lay Clinic.
Okay. So at some point you became the chief of urology at St. E's Hospital?
That is correct.
And chief means that you're the head doctor in that particular department, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point you were living in the town of Dover, right?
Pretty much the whole time.
The whole time?
Once I moved to the United States in 2003, my wife at that time, and
Krista?
that was Krista, and I moved to Dover and started a family.
Now, how long did you live with Krista in Dover?
15 years.
And you obviously got divorced from Krista.
Yes, unfortunately.
You continued on with your job, if you will, with the robotic surgery.
Yes.
Fair to say that you pretty much reached the pinnacle, if you will, of your career at that point, right?
No, it's fair to say, yes.
You had a pretty good reputation among other doctors and physicians nationwide, if not international, right?
Correct.
And that would be in robotic surgery.
Correct.
At some point, did you buy the property in Dover? When did you buy that house?
You're referring to 29 Valley Road?
Yes, I'm sorry, 29 Valley Road.
I lived before in Dover, Belden Road, and unfortunately, our relationship ended in a divorce. I loved my children, and I didn't want to move out of the town. I wanted to stay close.
Did you stay in Dover?
Yes,
And that would be the Valley Road house.
correct. I bought the Valley Road house to be around Taylor and Nick.
When did you move into the Valley Road house? Did you buy it new, or was it somebody else's?
It was a new construction, and I bought the house and moved in August 2017. Sorry, 17.
Now, when you were living in August of 2017, you're living in this brand-new house in Dover, right?
Yes,
It's a beautiful house, right?
beautiful house, yes.
Love the neighborhood,
Yes,
nice people,
yes.
good friends.
Yeah,
Working in Boston as the chief of urology.
correct.
What did you do for entertainment? What did you do for excitement?
A lot of things. Being a surgeon is a pretty stressful job, and unwinding was important.
What did you do?
I did a lot of sports. I worked out. I socialized. I loved riding my motorcycles.
You had motorcycles?
Yeah, Harley
Harley
Davidson.
Davidson?
Big fan of Harley Davidson.
And in that regard, sir, as a big fan of Harley Davidson, would you agree with me that it became almost your symbol? You wouldn't wear the headgear the doctors wear. You would wear the Harley Davidson leather cap with the logo on it, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm approaching you with a photograph. What is that photograph? Can you tell us?
That's actually taken in my OR, in my operating room, that was designed and created at St. Elizabeth's when I joined that facility. I'm sitting in the operating room. You're seeing me in scrubs. And you see actually a piece of the Da Vinci robot that I used 4 days a week, 2 to 3 cases a day. And I think I was interviewed. Sorry?
2 to 3 operations a day?
Yes, I had a very high volume on surgeries, 2 to 3 surgeries a day, 4 days a week.
Now, for St. Elizabeth's Hospital, is it fair to say that St. E's capitalized as much as they could with your reputation as a surgeon?
That is correct.
Handing you an item that has been already marked as an exhibit. Can't see it. Oh, it's E for ID. What is that? And hold this so the jurors down here can see it as well.
So I worked at Lay Clinic, as I said.
So, yes, that's
Sorry. I worked at Lay Clinic for about 5-6 years, and then I was approached by the CEO of Steward Healthcare, and they thought that I would be a high-profile surgeon they wanted to acquire, and they did some advertisement for my arrival at St. Elizabeth's with that billboard that was over Fenway Park.
This is the billboard itself.
That is the photograph of the billboard that was right hanging over Fenway Park.
And what year was that, sir?
That was 2017.
So in 2000.
No, sorry, 2007. Sorry, 2007.
How long did you live in the Valley Road house?
From 2017 to 2020.
All right, so let's focus on the date, because you've said 17 and 7.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay. 17.
2017, August 2017 until May 2020.
Yes. And during that period of time, 2017, 2018, fair to say that you continued on in your position with the hospital as the chief of urology.
Correct.
You continued on living life large in your house in Dover with your motorcycles and whatever else you did for recreation, correct?
And took care of my children, yes.
And then at some point you met Catherine McLean.
That is correct.
When was that?
That was in November of 2017.
Tell us about that. How'd you meet her?
Dating website.
And did you go on dates?
Yes, we did.
And at some point, did you end up, have in mind, it's November of 2017 that you met her, right?
Correct.
If you could, pardon me, Your Honor, just hold that up. Excuse me, make sure everybody can see it. November of 2017, you met Ms. McLean, yes?
Correct.
March of 2018, what happened then?
She moved into my house, although it was April.
It was April.
It was middle of April.
So it was about 5 months later.
Correct.
And she moved into your house 5 months later, but you had lived together prior to that? No.
No.
You lived together after that for 2 years.
Correct.
And after the 2 years, in December of 2019, what happened then?
Are you talking about the marriage?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got married.
Okay? And you got married in December of 2019, right?
Yes.
So she moves in with her 3 children into your home in March of 18, and then in December of 19, she ends up marrying you in Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Yes, I went to Las Vegas for a medical conference, and she asked to accompany me.
Now, who obtained the marriage license?
Katie,
How did she do that?
online.
Why were you going to Las Vegas in December of 2019?
I attended the World Congress of Anti-Aging Medicine. That was the purpose of going to Las Vegas.
Was that at the Bellagio Hotel?
That was at the Bellagio Hotel.
And when you went to the Bellagio Hotel, tell us about the marriage. Did she tell you that she had a license or something? Or how did that happen?
No, I had no idea.
What did you do?
So the medical conference, the World Congress of Anti-Aging Medicine, was for about 4 days, I believe. And on the second day, after the seminars and the lectures were over, we took the Jeep Wrangler that I rented and drove around the strip, the main strip in Las Vegas. And we stopped at a bar. I mean, we drove for a while around just to look at the Las Vegas city, which is a pretty impressive location. And then at some point in time, we stopped and we walked into a bar.
Did you drink in the bar?
Yes, quite a lot. That was a typical bar for Las Vegas, big horseshoe-shaped bar with the whole front open to the main strip. And I don't remember much, but I do remember we were sitting there and I met a cowboy. And we started drinking. And she was sitting on the other side of the cowboy. And I had several martinis. She had some, Katie had some Cosmos. And then all I remember is that I was talking to a woman hanging out of a window.
So would that be when you got married?
That's what I was told the next morning.
And when you got married, was that the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas?
Yeah, the next day I drove one more time by to see what really happened. And it was a drive-in facility where you drive in, you lower your window, a person comes out of the window and marries you.
So the person came out of the window.
I mean, leaning out of the window, yes.
You're in the rental car, right?
Yes, we were in the Jeep, I believe.
And did somebody marry you, like a minister or a priest or anybody?
I don't really remember. I only remember it was a woman. That's the only thing I remember that talked to us. And the next morning I was told I was married.
All right. Now, I'm approaching you with what has not yet been marked for identification. Can you identify this photograph, sir?
No, we didn't go there.
You didn't go there, okay. How about this?
Well, that looks familiar.
Okay. And when you had occasion to get married, do you recall that you actually went into what's called the Elvis Chapel?
No, we didn't go in. Again, we were in the car. I never remember that I actually got out of the car. I got married in the car.
You got married in the car?
In the car. That's what a drive-through chapel is doing. You're not getting out. It's kind of like you're buying a burger.
Okay. Is this indicative of the guy hanging out the window?
That's exactly how that looked like, except the guy was a woman.
The guy was a woman. But that basically is the drive-through wedding chapel that you went to. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it was exactly this one, but it is exactly how it looked. We drove into that area. Somebody was leaning out the window and talking to us.
All right. And after the wedding, you agree, sir, that documentation was obtained to show that you in fact were married in Las Vegas? Did you have a copy of your marriage license?
At some point in time, I did.
Where did that come from?
That came from Las Vegas.
After you went through the drive-through and after you got married, you went back to Massachusetts?
Yes, once the medical conference was over, we flew back.
Continue with your job.
Correct.
Approaching you with the document, sir. Approaching you with the document, sir. Do you know what that is?
State of Nevada marriage certificate.
Right off of that, Rob.
No objection.
Okay, maybe admitted.
Exhibit 337.
Now, let's fast forward, if you will, to after you were married, did she then move? She was already living with you with her 3 children, is that correct?
Yes, she was living in my house for quite some time at that point in time. With her 3 children, correct.
So in December of 19, December 14th, Merry Christmas, all that, you get married, right?
I get married by surprise.
Yes. January 31st, about 5 weeks later, is when you met with Attorney Lasivita, is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you meet with Attorney Lasivita?
Because at that point in time, and not just since December, it was already before that, it became clear that that relationship is not going in the direction that we were hoping. Both were hoping.
That was your state of mind at that point, correct?
I wanted a divorce.
All right. And then you went to see Attorney Lasivita.
Correct.
And did she send you something?
She sent me an email.
And when she sent you the email, do you recall, as she testified, the date of the email confirming that you met with her, that you were going to get the marriage certificate, and that you were going to divorce Kathleen McLean? Do you know when that letter was, email?
That was on the 31st of January.
And did you read that yourself?
Yes.
What, if any, involvement did Kathleen McLean have with your communications with Attorney Lasivita?
She did not know.
At some point, did she, to your knowledge, find out?
She did.
How?
She went on my phone while I was sleeping,
And what did she do?
and she looked around and found my email communication with Attorney Lasivita.
As a result of that, what, if anything, happened between you and Kathleen McLean?
As a result of that, she went to Dover Police and filed for a restraining order.
Did she get a restraining order?
She got a restraining order.
Is that when the police officer served you with it, testified that you were in your driveway, you were cooperative with the police, but you had your hands on your legs and you're asking? Do you recall the police officer serving you with the warrant?
Yes.
What do you call it, the restraining order?
Yes, I do recall that. It
Okay,
was,
the answer is yes.
yes,
And did you vacate your home?
I had to.
Where did you go?
First, I didn't know. I was calling some friends, and I ended up with an acquaintance in Dover.
That'd be Charlie Lax?
That would be Charlie Lax.
How long did you stay with Charlie Lax?
Approximately 3 weeks.
And at some point, you had to leave Charlie's home?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I again scrambled and called several friends or acquaintances, and I finally got a positive answer from Richie Kovitz.
And that would be the gentleman that testified here yesterday, right?
That is correct.
And Richie and his fiancee or girlfriend, Carla, allowed you to come into where they lived, right?
Very grateful that they let me come to their apartment, because otherwise I
Was it
wouldn't
an
have.
apartment or a condo?
I was a kind of a small condo.
And you stayed there for how long?
I stayed there for approximately 5 weeks.
During that 5 weeks, did you stay continuously there, or did you leave to go anywhere?
I left in the middle of March to travel to Germany.
Why did you travel to Germany?
I had a consultant contract with the robotic company by the name of Avatera in Jena, which is a German town in the southern part of eastern Germany. And I wanted to start my job as a consultant to develop a new robotic surgical device.
So now, would you agree that you went to Germany and you spoke to a gentleman by the name of Mr. Kupka, who was the managing director of Avatera Medicals, A-V-A-T-E-R-A Medical in Jena, J-E-N-A, Germany.
Yeah, it's pronounced Jena.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And this was so that you could have a job dealing with robotic surgery and mobile device management, correct?
Correct.
How long were you in Germany for?
I was there for approximately a week.
And did you come back to the U.S.?
I had to.
Why?
COVID hit and Germany responded just as the United States, a complete lockdown. The company was closed. And also President Trump at that time asked for all U.S. residents to return to America.
And you did so?
I immediately, after the company closed down and my job was not performable at this point in time, drove to Frankfurt, Main, and took basically the last flight that was available to America.
When you got back to the States, sir, where did you stay?
When I came back, I stayed in Norwood, in a hotel in Norwood. That was my only option at this point in time.
And at some point, sir, this is when the pandemic struck, is that right?
That was the high point of the start of the pandemic where we had no idea what is going on.
Did you ask people, for example, did you have occasion to ask Mr. Kovitz if you could go back and live with him?
As soon as I arrived in Newark,
What's your answer, yes or no?
yes,
All right, now, what did you say?
as soon as I arrived in Newark, New Jersey, coming from Frankfurt, I called Richie and said, hey, listen, I had to come back. Can I come back to your condo?
What did he indicate to you?
And he said, sorry, Harry, I can't take you in.
Did he say why?
He said, yes, his condo board
All right.
forbid to have anybody coming in.
What did you do then?
I stayed at the hotel at that point in time.
And that would be in Norwood?
That would be in Norwood on Route 1.
What was your state of mind about the pandemic, sir?
I was scared.
Why?
I started to, the news about thousands of people dying every day started to get to me, and I didn't feel safe in the hotel without my own personal space. I believed I potentially belonged to the risk population of being 58 years old and not being safe, not being exposed to the environment.
What did you do about that?
Sorry, what?
What did you do about that?
Oh,
Go somewhere?
I called around. I called many friends. At least I thought they were friends at that time, and asked if anybody has a couch, has a little room where I could stay. They said, oh no, until Mr. Guyon, another friend of mine, said, you know what, I have a camper, a trailer down in Florida.
So as a result of Mr. Guyon letting you stay in his camper, was it one of those big fancy ones, that's almost like a mobile home, or was it like a trailer?
It was kind of more like a trailer. It was not fancy and wasn't big,
Okay.
but it was a personal space, and that was important to me.
You were thankful for that?
I was very thankful that I had a place where I could actually stay myself and lock myself
So you did
down.
go to Florida?
I drive
How
to.
long did you stay in Florida?
I drove to Florida and stayed there for 6 or 7 weeks.
What's the time frame that we're talking about now?
I drove down to Florida on the end of March and came back on the 7th of May.
And during this period of time, you had engaged, after Attorney Lasiviter, who sent you the letter that Ms. McLean saw, you engaged Attorney Hoffman, is that correct?
Yes,
And Attorney Hoffman was your attorney representing you in discussions and negotiations trying to get this divorce settled during that period of time, is that right?
that is correct.
Now, when in time frame did you come back up to Massachusetts?
I came back to Massachusetts on May 7th.
Prior to May 7th, before May 7th, while you were in Florida, did you have any contact with Ms. McLean at all?
Not directly.
How about indirectly?
Yes,
How?
Kurt Pfannenstiel.
Kurt Pfannenstiel. Now, who is Kurt Pfannenstiel?
He was a friend.
And Mr. Pfannenstiel helped you out during this negotiation phase, sir?
He, communicated in between us.
How did he do that? Did he call you, or what did he do?
He called me,
On a phone?
correct.
And when was this?
It started mid of April.
Did you talk to Kurt, yes or no?
Yes,
As a result of talking to Kurt, did he then hand the phone to somebody else?
yes, he did.
Who?
Katie.
What did Katie say to you?
Katie said to me, Harry, come back home. I still love you.
Did you continue to stay in Florida, or did you make arrangements to come back home?
I stayed at that time still in Florida
When did you come back home?
on May 7th.
Where did you go to stay?
I went to Dedham,
That'd be the hotel.
but not by myself. Not by myself. Yeah,
It's the hotel that we all went to when we took a view, is that correct?
correct,
The Residence Inn.
correct.
Now, when you went to the Residence Inn, you took out, you signed the paperwork, it was in your name, right?
Yes,
You also said that you wanted Katie to have the key, is that right?
yes.
Did she go into that room with you, or two of you together?
She picked me up in New York.
Now, who was with her when she picked you up in New York?
Her ex-husband, Stephen Roca,
That's the guy with the beard, right?
correct.
Now, what was your state of mind when you saw Mr. Roca driving the car when they picked you up in New York?
I was,
Objection.
Rephrase it, please, sustained.
You had seen Mr. Roca before that day, correct?
yes,
You had seen Mr. Roca picking up his children to visit with them prior to that, right?
Objection.
Overall.
yes,
And where did Mr. Roca park his car when he'd pick up his kids?
on the street.
And yes or no, did you have conversations with Kathleen McLean about Mr. Roca, yes or no?
Many.
And how would you describe the relationship between Kathleen McLean and Mr. Roca while you were married to her, observing him picking up his children?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
So you were surprised that Mr. Roca was with her?
Correct.
Mr. Roca drove the car.
Yes.
Why could you not drive a car?
I had problems with my back and my legs at this point in time.
What kind of problems?
I felt numbness and muscle weakness because of my back injuries.
How'd you get back injuries?
That's an occupational hazard of being a surgeon.
Okay. Like being a nurse too, bending over and
Correct.
checking people.
Bending over for hours at a time, you inadvertently will have disc prolapses, and that's what happened to me.
So during this period of time, can you tell the jury, what was your relationship with Ms. McLean? Did she allow you back into your home?
I stayed for a couple of days at the hotel, and on Sunday, May 10th, I went back to the Dover home.
And did she invite you back?
Yes, she asked me to come home.
Did you intentionally violate a restraining order and go in that house?
The restraining order was vacated at that time in time.
So she vacated the restraining order
Correct,
and then invited you into the house.
correct,
She's there with her 3 kids.
correct.
During that period of time, would you agree, sir, that you were amorous, loving, having sex, that type of stuff?
Yes, I was very grateful that I could come back home to shelter myself because the camper was sold and I had to leave Florida because I did not have a shelter down there anymore. So I was loving, kind, and accommodating, very accommodating, and expressed my
Was one
I
of
love
the
to her.
things that was requested of you that you do something with the house?
yes.
What was that?
She asked me to put her name on the deed.
Did you do that?
I did.
Why did you do that? I mean, this house is worth a couple of $1 million. Why did you do that?
If I wouldn't have done it, I wouldn't have been able to come home.
So you signed a deed transferring interest to her, right?
Correct.
Now, you heard the testimony of Attorney Keighton. You know Mr. Keighton, right?
Yes.
You heard the testimony?
I knew of him. I didn't know him well. I knew of him.
Okay. And you know that there was an issue about her being on the deed, and if you die, that she'd end up getting everything, right?
Correct.
Did you also sign a post-nuptial agreement?
That was part of it that I had to sign to be allowed to come back home.
Did you sign that?
I did.
What were the terms that did you have to pay any money on that?
Yes.
Okay. And now you then moved back into the house, right?
On the evening of May 10th, I moved permanently back in the house.
And how are things working between the two of you?
It started off very well. We really tried to be good to each other and loving and kind, and we spent a lot of time together, had a lot of sex.
When you say you had a lot of sex, I don't know how to be gracious about this. Was there a number of times that she would request or demand sex from you?
Excuse me?
Were there a number of times that she would request or demand sex from you?
Yes.
Okay. For example, did she send you text messages saying, let's fuck at 10:15?
Yes.
Were there a number of text messages?
Would work out.
All right. After she vacated the restraining order and got you back into the house, do you recall the evening of the, I believe the 15th of May, 2020?
I think you mean May 14th.
The 14th, I'm sorry, it's been a long day.
The day was beautiful, was nice. I worked in the yard. Actually, with Sam and Grace together, we cut out grass that was yellow from Cooper and replaced it. Cooper is our dog.
What kind of dog?
He's a yellow lab. So we cut out grass. I went before to Home Depot and bought sod and replaced the yellow spots in the backyard with new sod. And in the afternoon, I took a break and Katie started making martinis.
Did you start drinking?
Yes.
Both of you?
Sorry?
Both of you?
Yes. She drank Cosmo and I drank martinis.
Did you then, the two of you and the children, engage in any activities?
Yes. After 2 or 3 martinis, we had dinner as a family in the kitchen on the family table, which was nice. And after that, Katie, Sam, Grace, and I played a board game by the name of Game of Life.
And what time did you finish playing the board game? Did the kids then go somewhere after playing the board game?
We played after dinner for probably 2 hours, I kind of estimate, and we finished probably around somewhat 9 p.m. And then Sam and Grace went upstairs to their rooms. And Katie and I continued to have some drinks and went to the family room watching TV.
Okay. Now, have in mind that she was living with you for 2 years, then you guys get married for about 5 weeks. All of that period of time, she had her 3 children living in the house. Did you make improvements to the house? Just
A lot.
like what?
I built a pool in the backyard because she wanted a pool. I finished the whole backyard with walls, the cabana, fireplace, because she wanted to have parties in there. She was a very social person, and she wanted to have parties in the backyard, so I built that for about $250,000.
Did you also have the gym in the basement and the movie theater in the
Well, we
basement?
finished the basement because Katie asked me to have an office in the basement for her work. And I said, okay, I'm going to build you an office and let's finish the rest of the basement as well.
So on that evening that we're talking about now, after the board games and after the kids went downstairs to do whatever they're going to do in the movie theater or whatnot, where did you and Katie then go?
After we watched TV or after the game?
And after the kids went downstairs.
Excuse me, can you repeat again?
After the game.
After the game, we went to the family room and watched TV.
Right. How long did you watch TV?
Approximately 2 hours
Where did you go?
in the bedroom.
When you got up to the bedroom, what were you wearing? if you remember?
I don't remember, T-shirt and jeans probably.
What, if anything, did you and Katie do in the bedroom?
She wanted sex.
You have sex.
We did have sex.
Now, you've seen a spot of blood on the bed, a round spot of blood on the bed. Do you know where that came from?
Yes,
Where?
she had a period.
And was that something that you had seen before the 15th?
Yes, that actually happened on May 10th when I came home from the hotel.
Okay. Tell us about that night after you had sex. Everything going along well?
That so far is, went well. Then we were laying after sex in the bed. She was reading something and I was looking on my phone.
What happened then?
I told her that I saw a text from Kate Kelly.
Who's Kate Kelly?
Kate Kelly is an old friend of mine. I knew Kate Kelly since over 15 years. And
What did she say when you told her?
Katie was always jealous of her.
What did she
And
say?
I said to Katie, even Kate Kelly tells us good luck with our reconciliation.
What happened then?
She got extremely angry.
What did she do?
She demanded the phone from me.
Did you give her the phone?
She said, give me the phone, I need to see the texts. And I said to her, please don't do it. Because there were all the text messages from before.
Months before.
Yeah, during the separation months when Kate Kelly was communicating with me and trying to help me going through that time. And there were certainly some critical words written about her. And I told Katie, please don't look at that. That's old stuff. You proposed clean slate.
Did she look at it?
She did, and
Listen to my questions.
Yes.
When she looked at it, what happened?
she demanded the phone, and I gave it to her.
She proceeds to look at the phone.
She did,
The Kate Kelly texts.
correct.
What did she then do?
She got even more angrier.
Did she do anything at that point?
She screamed.
At you?
Yes,
Where were you when this was going on?
in the bed.
Did you have, by the way, alcohol? Were you guys still drinking?
Oh, I started drinking, or we continued drinking again after the game, and we continued drinking in the bedroom, yes.
And did you have, were you drinking with a glass in your hand while you were talking to her after you guys broke up?
We both had glasses in our hands, correct.
And at some point, while she's yelling at you, what happened then?
Well, I tried to calm her down and said, please, Katie, stop. Please, Katie, please stop. And she was in the bed, and I kind of walked around and tried to calm her down, and I went on my knees and begged her to stop, please.
You went on your knees?
No, my knees.
And you begged her to stop?
Yes.
And what did she say?
Said, fuck you.
What happened then?
She hit me
With what?
with the glass.
Did you know that? Did she hit you with the glass?
Yes,
And where did she hit you with the glass?
right on my head.
When she hit you with the glass, did you get cut?
Yes, I bled.
I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 294. But hold that up for the jury and point out exactly where the injury is to your head on that photograph, sir.
Right here is the cut.
Now, show all of us down here too, please. All right? So that would be the right side of your head,
Yes,
right? Right here.
right here.
Now, when she struck you with the glass, did the glass do anything?
It broke.
And where were you when the glass broke?
I was on the floor,
What was your state
kneeling.
of mind at that point?
I was scared to hell.
What did you do as a result of getting struck with the glass, causing you to bleed while you were on the floor? What did you do then?
I snapped. I kind of blacked out.
What did you do?
I grabbed her
Where?
on the neck.
How? Did you say anything?
Oh,
What did she do?
she just flailed around, and then she kind of flailed around and fell. We fell on the floor together, I think, because that's when I came out of my blackout. That's where we were on the
What
floor.
happened then?
She was not responsive. She was, passed out, and I asked her, Katie, come on, please, Katie, wake up. Please, Katie, wake up.
Did you realize she wasn't waking up?
She didn't wake up.
What did you then do, sir?
Lifted her up and put her on the bed.
What did you then do?
To be comfortable, and then I tried some CPR on her.
Did that help?
It didn't work.
What happened then?
I was just sitting there and crying.
What happened then?
I panicked.
What do you mean you panicked? What did you do?
I tried to figure out what to do about that situation.
What does that mean? What did you want to do?
I wanted to kill myself.
What happened then?
I decided that I needed to put her somewhere else.
Why?
One of the main thoughts that I do remember is that I can't have her children find her.
So what did you do?
I carried her out of the house,
Where did you put her?
put her in the car,
Where did you go?
put her on the passenger seat of the Jeep. When I drove,
Where did you go?
I drove to the pond.
Is that the pond that's next to the house where the real estate guy testified here a couple of days ago that she wanted to buy a house, but it wasn't big enough to put a pool, but she wanted you to look at a house?
That is correct.
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Is that the house? Did you go look at a house with her?
We looked at that house 2 years prior, yes.
Right, and she went by herself first,
Yes.
and then that brought you.
Then she said,
Witness to form.
Okay, so did you go look at the house?
she asked me to look at the house with her.
Did you?
Yes,
All right. Is that the pond that you went to?
yes.
What did you do when you got to the pond with the Wrangler and with Katie?
I put her in the water.
When you put her in the water, did you take her top off?
No, I did not.
What happened to the top?
I have no idea.
Did you see photographs that showed that it was snagged on a branch by the edge of the pond?
You told me I didn't look at that photograph.
Look at it.
No.
Okay. At some point, did you realize that she was floating?
Yeah, kind of was surprised that she
What did you
wasn't.
do as a result of that?
I walked through the yard and tried to look for something that may, bring her down.
What were you wearing for footwear?
I was wearing flip-flops,
What were you wearing for clothes?
boxers.
Boxer shorts?
Yes,
Why were you wearing boxer shorts?
because that's all I had on after we had sex.
Found some rocks?
I stumbled through that yard and looked for something heavier, and I came across dead rocks, yes.
That's what you used to weight it down.
Well, I ultimately used dead rocks, yes.
And where did you go?
I drove to the hotel.
Okay,
Or
after you drove to
I
the...
tried to drive to the hotel, yes. Sorry,
Prior
what?
to going to the hotel, before going to the hotel, did you go anywhere else?
I realized I forgot my phone, and I wanted to say goodbye to some friends, and I went back to the house and get my phone.
So you went back to the house with your sandals and your underwear, and you walked back into the house, sir?
Yes, and that time I also put clothes back on, yes.
Now, when you were walking into the house, strike that, when you were leaving the house, if at all you noticed anything, did you notice any marks on the floor?
Oh, I carried her in front of me. I didn't see anything.
All right, when you went back to the house, did you have occasion to see if there's any marks left by your footwear on the floor as you went up the stairs to get your phone and go back down?
It appeared that way, that there was something there, yeah.
Did you get your phone?
I did get my phone.
What did you do with the phone once you got it?
I first drove to the hotel, I think, and I texted goodbye to some friends.
Texted goodbye to your friends.
Yes.
What friends did you text goodbye to?
As far as I remember, I saw he's a friend, Kurt Pfannenstiel, and then some other friends.
Is that when you said to Kurt that you apologize and you're sorry and she was a devil and she played us all and love you, Harry?
Yes.
Now, what did you then do? Did you go to the hotel?
I went to the hotel, although I don't remember a lot of that stuff. I was very intoxicated at that point in time.
So now, at the time that you had the glass smashed against your head and had the argument with Ms. McLean, were you intoxicated at that point?
Yes.
And when you left the house and then went to the hotel, I think there's been some photographs that showed a Glenfiddich Scotch, is it Scotch? Whiskey?
Whiskey.
Yes? On the passenger seat of the car? Did you
That's
drink out
what
of
the
that?
picture shows, yeah.
Did you drink out of that?
Yes, I drank so much because I just didn't want to deal. I was just shocked.
There's a knife that's underneath, up against the back seat of the car. Do you recall that knife?
I saw a picture of a knife on.
Where'd that come from?
We typically had knife in the car in the glove box as a tool.
So that wasn't a weapon or anything like that?
No.
When you went back to the hotel, what happened? If you remember.
I tried to kill myself.
How did you do that?
Tried to cut myself.
Where did you obtain the knife to do that?
I don't know. It must have been there in the kitchen.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 296. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
Left wrist.
And you still to this day bear scars?
I have
linear lines?
a big scar right here.
And this was what you did to yourself?
Tried to cut myself, yes.
And
Kill
that
myself.
would be the knife that was depicted on the table with the blood on it, right?
I assume so, yes. I don't really remember much of that.
Now, when you were admitted to the hospital, the medical records would show that one of the observations that were made is that you were attempting suicide by alcohol poisoning. Do you recall your state of inebriation when you went into the hospital, if you even remember?
I was gone. I don't remember any of that.
Okay. Do you remember being in the hospital?
When I woke up,
Do you remember the police coming to talk to you?
yes.
And when you spoke to the police, what was your condition when you spoke to the police? Were you awake? Were you aware? Were you tired? What did you
I was
feel?
totally hungover. I had a massive headache and I was very confused. I was shocked about the whole thing. Actually, I was shocked that I woke up. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to live.
So you spoke to the police. We heard your statement to the police, correct?
I spoke to the police, yes.
At the time that you had the glass smashed off your head, cutting you, causing you to bleed, and you came up with your hand and grabbed her with your hand by the throat, did you intend to cause her harm and kill her?
No. Oh, never. Excuse me.
Do you need a minute?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
So you met Katie on Bumble,
That's correct.
and she was kind of a free spirit, right?
Very much so, yes.
She was a Reiki practitioner.
She called it Reiki, but it's not what she really did.
She called it Reiki, but that's not what she really did.
No.
She considered herself a healer,
She was a medium, a psychic.
and she considered herself a healer.
I'm not sure about that.
She helped people.
She connected people with dead family members, yes.
And her clients felt that she had a healing power, right?
Excuse me?
Her clients felt that she had a healing power.
She helped her, by connecting with dead family members, yes.
And she had many friends who were devoted to her.
Yes,
And in May of 2020, she had 3 children.
yes,
Sam was 13,
yes,
Grace was 17,
correct,
and Sophie was 18.
yes,
And Sam had just enrolled in the Landmark School, right?
yes.
And the Dover Public Schools were paying for that.
I helped with that, yes.
Well, that wasn't my question whether you helped. What I said was that the Dover Public Schools were paying for the Landmark School.
That's correct.
And Katie loved being a mother.
Most of the time, yes.
She was devoted to her children.
Most of the time.
And her friends and her family were right to be surprised when she was missing, right?
objection.
All right, sustained, rephrase it.
You were asked about that in the interview, right? Do you recall that?
Ask about what, please?
About that she wouldn't just leave her children, right?
Oh, she did.
So in the beginning of the interview, do you recall the interview at the hospital with Sergeant Krakowski and with Detective Gonski?
I don't recall all of the interview, sorry.
You don't remember all of the interview?
No, I remember
Do
pieces
you
of
remember
it.
the section when Detective Gonski said she wouldn't just leave her kids? Page 32?
Can I see it?
Sure.
What page was it?
32.
Yes.
Just to refresh your memory? Yes. And Detective Gonski said she wouldn't just leave her kids. And you said right.
I said no.
You agreed with Detective Gonski she wouldn't just leave her kids.
Yes.
And it's not unusual when someone's getting divorced that one person has to leave the house, right?
No, not by restraining order, I don't think so.
So, in divorces, there are two people living in a home. It's not unusual that one person has to leave, right?
At some point in time, certainly.
And did that happen in your first marriage in Germany?
Did that happen in my first marriage?
Yes.
Oh, that was totally different.
Did you have to leave the home?
Actually, my
To the sidebar.
You were divorced in Germany, right?
yes,
Did you have to leave the family home in that divorce?
no.
And what about in your second divorce?
Ultimately, yes, but not first not.
But you moved out, right?
Correct. Ultimately, I did.
And then you purchased a second home. That's the 29 Valley Road, right?
That's correct.
And you were upset. You mentioned just the restraining order just now. You were upset when the restraining order issued and barred you from living at 29 Valley Road, right?
Officer Wilcox said I was sad. I was sad.
I'm not asking about what Officer Wilcox said. I'm asking how you felt.
I was sad.
Were you upset?
I was not upset, but sad that I had to leave my home.
All right. And then you struggled to find a place to live.
Correct.
And you felt that the house was yours, right?
I bought it. It wasn't my name.
But did you feel like it was your property?
Yes.
And you still feel that way, right?
Well, I shared the deed with her. I don't know. House is long gone.
All right. And you thought that Katie should leave, right?
Sorry, what?
You thought that Katie should leave, right?
Excuse me.
You thought that Katie should leave 29 Valley Road, right?
I didn't think anybody should leave when we planned the divorce, or when I planned the divorce.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. When you planned the divorce?
When I planned the divorce, I did not see that anybody had to leave until the end of the school year.
So you plan to get divorced, stay living together until the end of the school year?
That is what was somewhat discussed, yes, with her actually.
And then who was going to leave at the end of the school year?
I was leaving to Germany, was selling the house, and Katie and her 3 children would move into the condo of Belmont of her mother.
Okay, but you weren't going to leave in that plan, right? You were going to stay at 29 Valley.
I would move to Germany.
But you weren't going to leave until you went to Germany.
Nobody was leaving until I went to Germany, until the school year was over.
Okay. And then on April 15th, you were living at that time in, where were you living on April 15th?
April 15th, I was living in Florida, in a trailer.
In the trailer park. And that was the trailer that Bob Guyan owned?
Yes, it was a small camper, actually.
A small camper?
Yeah.
All right. And Bob Guyan, how did you know him?
Bob Guyan used to be the COO or CFO of Stewart Healthcare, and he became a patient of mine. He had aggressive prostate cancer. I did.
So he had a fair amount of resources, right?
Excuse me?
He had a fair amount of resources, Bob Guyan?
I do not know for sure.
He's the COO of Stewart Healthcare?
I don't know about his resources. We were friends, but I didn't worry about his resources.
And he lived in Newport, right? In Florida?
Florida was a camper.
Okay. And he also lived in Newport, Rhode Island?
Yes, he had purchased a house in Newport.
All right. And this camper, it's not like a standalone camper. It was at a particular over 55 area, right?
It was a standalone camper.
But it wasn't a standalone camper in the sense that there were no other campers around it, right?
No, it was a camping ground, an RV ground, or a RV park, something like that.
And there were trailers also?
There were other campers, RVs, and there were some few, I don't know how you would call them, cabins.
It's over 55 community?
I do not recall over 55 community.
There was a pool,
That was closed at the time because of COVID.
but there was a pool?
It was closed.
I'm not asking if the pool was open or closed. I'm just
There was a
asking
pool
whether-
without water, yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you're understanding my question.
There was a pool without water. It was empty. It was closed up. Nobody was allowed to go to the pool because of, nobody was allowed to congregate because of COVID. We were all by ourselves in the campers.
Okay. But this isn't a camper in the middle of nowhere. This is a camper that's part of a planned community, right?
Yeah, but the community didn't exist at the time of COVID. Nobody was congregating. Everybody was staying in their own campers because COVID and the shutdowns and everything just demanded that. We didn't hang out together. I was by myself
You were by yourself in Florida,
in the camper, yes.
in the camper. Okay. You weren't happy in that situation, right?
I was scared.
Were you happy?
No,
All right. So you weren't happy,
no,
you were scared,
yes.
and then you said that you wanted to reconcile with Keith, right?
Kurt Frenenstiel called me before that.
Kurt called you before that. And so you're testifying right now that it was Katie's idea that you should get back together.
Kurt told me that Katie let him know that she believes that, she wants me to come home, or she missed me, she missed the family, and he just wanted me to be aware of that.
And this is prior to April 17th. That's what you're testifying to?
Yes.
Could I just a minute, please?
Yes.
My understanding is that she went to the police in Dover, and the police drove her to the courthouse.
All right. And she went to the police and said, I'm getting divorced and I think you should know, right?
I believe that's correct.
All right. And then the police said, wait a minute,
I'm
we
going
need to talk
to
about
object
this,
to all
right?
this now.
Sustained. Rephrase it, please.
All right. She didn't call the police from the 29 Valley Road to report anything, right?
No.
And after the conversation that she had with the police, then that was when she went with the police to the district court to get the restraining order, right?
That's my understanding.
And then after that, that's when the Dover police took out the charges, right?
Yes.
And part of that led to a no contact order as well, right?
Correct.
That no contact order was in place on May 15th of 2020, right?
Correct.
And that was something that you were concerned about when you went back to 29 Valley Road in May, right?
No, by that time, the restraining order was vacated.
The restraining order was vacated, but the no contact order was in place, right?
I'm not sure.
And you took efforts to make sure that you were only driving the Jeep back and forth to the hotel, right?
I wouldn't call it it took efforts. It was the fact that Katie came with the Jeep to pick me up on Sunday night on the 10th, and then we drove the Jeep back to the house, and then though we had just the Jeep at the house.
But first you went to the hotel because the Mercedes ended up at the hotel, right?
When Katie picked me up from New York, we went to the hotel, yes.
In the Mercedes.
Correct.
And then you drove back and forth between the house at 29 Valley and the residence inn in the Jeep, right?
No.
You didn't drive back and forth between the house and the hotel in the Jeep,
No.
okay? And you wanted to make sure that the neighbors knew that the restraining order had been vacated, right?
Katie wanted to make sure.
Well, you texted Katie and told her to make sure that the neighbors knew, right?
I believe she did that before, but I asked her, hey, do the neighbors know that it's okay to be here? And she said yes.
Because you knew that there was still the no contact order, and you didn't want to get into trouble with the court, right?
That is true, yes.
And part of signing the post-nup was so that you could get back in the house, right?
That was the main part.
And you wanted to resolve the divorce, right?
It was part of the post-nup.
Okay. You wanted to resolve being able to be back in the house,
I wanted to have safe shelter, yes.
all right? And then there were provisions about getting the girls through high school.
Correct.
There were provisions about selling the house
There was, yes.
and about your retirement accounts.
I don't remember that, but if you say so, yes.
All right. And you divided up the motor vehicles too, right?
Excuse me?
You divided up the motor vehicles too?
No.
In the event of a future divorce, you kept the Mercedes and were responsible for the maintenance costs, and she kept the Jeep?
I'm not sure. If you say that it's on there, then it's probably true. I don't remember about the cars. I just remember that she put that post-nup in front of me and said, please sign, otherwise you can't come home.
And there was never any provision in there, or alimony was not going to happen, right? That wasn't part of it.
I'm not sure if that was part of it. It was about the house deed, about staying there for 2 years for Grace to finish high school, about her getting money, and of that stuff. Sorry.
All right. And you told the police in the interview that you agreed that she should feel secure in the home.
That was part of the post-nup agreement, correct?
And you told the police that you agreed with that, right?
Yes. I wanted to make things work, yes.
very large bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And it would have been easy to walk out of that bedroom, right?
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean.
At the point that you were having the argument with Katie, it would have been easy just to walk out the door, right?
That's an option, certainly.
You also could have locked yourself in the bathroom.
Yes.
You could have locked yourself in the big walk-in closet.
Yes,
You didn't do any of those things.
that is correct.
And you weren't afraid of Katie at that point in time, right?
I was afraid of being thrown out again. She threatened me to be thrown, that I'm going to kick you out of the house. She asked me, get the fuck out of my house.
So you were afraid that you were going to have to leave 29 Valley.
I was afraid of dying of COVID.
You were afraid of dying of COVID, and you were afraid of having to leave 29 Valley.
I was afraid of dying of COVID.
And there was some mention in one of the emails that you had with Mr. Hoffman about how you thought that maybe you had COVID. You recall that?
I was negative.
You actually didn't have it. How tall are you, sir?
6'3".
How much did you weigh in May of 2020?
Probably 230 pounds. 235 pounds.
So you'd agree that Katie was much smaller.
Yes,
She wasn't nearly as strong as you were, right?
that is correct.
And you knew that.
Yes,
And you've had some pretty significant medical training, correct?
yes,
You're a board-certified surgeon.
correct.
And in medical school, you had courses in anatomy, right?
Yes,
You're aware of the structures of the neck.
absolutely.
Some of those have been discussed during the course of this trial.
Excuse me?
Some of those have been discussed in the course of this trial.
What?
Discussed.
Discuss,
Testified.
yes.
And you're aware of where the arteries are.
The carotid arteries?
Any arteries in the neck. You're aware of those are, where they are.
Yes,
And you're aware that if the brain isn't getting enough oxygen for any reason, death occurs.
if I'm not intoxicated, I know that, yes.
If you're not intoxicated, you know that if the brain isn't getting enough oxygen for any reason, death occurs.
Yeah, when I'm not drunk, I know all that, yes.
But when you are drunk, you don't know that if your brain doesn't have oxygen, you die.
Probably do.
You probably do what?
Do know. I do know, but anyway, yes,
That's a basic medical concept, right?
yes,
And certainly it's important to protect the airwaves so that suffocation doesn't occur as well, right?
that's correct.
And you know how to perform life-saving measures.
Yes,
You've been trained in CPR.
yes,
And you didn't tell the police, however, that you performed any CPR on Katie, right?
no,
And you were aware in May of 2020 that if you had called 911, that medical professionals could have come and helped Katie as well.
yes,
And you didn't do that.
no,
So when the police met with you at the hospital, they were respectful. That's correct?
yes,
They didn't hide why they were there, right? And in fact, the hospital staff told you before you met with the police that the police wanted to speak with you.
briefly before, yes,
And you chose to go with the police, right?
yes,
This is after 5 o'clock on the 16th, right?
I don't remember exactly what day it was.
All right. It's on Saturday, though, right?
It was the day when I woke up from the coma.
All right. And at that point in time, you've been given IV treatments with fluids at the hospital, right?
I do not recall that. I was out.
That would be pretty standard, though, when you're admitted to the hospital, unresponsive. It just saline IV fluid to be given, right?
I would assume so, yes. I would have done it as a physician, certainly.
Okay. And that would be helpful if you're having a hangover, right? Or if you've drunk too much. That's helpful treatment.
Well, hydration in general is a good treatment, but not for hangover necessarily. No.
There are people who just go get IV treatments after a night of partying, right?
I'm not aware of that. I'm a urologist.
You're not aware of that? Okay. And so when the police said that they wanted to speak with you, you weren't confused about why they were there, right?
I was confused in general what was going on.
But you knew that you had killed Katie, so it made sense that the police were there.
I had caused her death, and I was feeling very guilty and very shameful.
But it made sense that the police would show up, right?
Yes.
Okay. So going into the interview, you knew what this was about. You didn't think it was about a stolen car or anything, did you?
No, I assumed it was about Katie.
All right. And they provided you with Miranda warnings,
I think yes, yes.
and you were provided those in writing, right?
I think I signed something.
You signed something, right?
Yes, yes.
And they were read to you,
I believe so, yes.
and you understood them, right?
Again, I was not in great condition, but I said
Whether or
okay.
not you were in a great condition, you understood those basic Miranda warnings, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
No.
Okay.
If I really understood what was explained to me.
You told the police you understood, right?
I signed what they asked me to sign. I don't think I said I understand.
All right. Let's look at the form.
Exhibit 280.
Sorry.
280.
Thank you. Could you please read out loud what's printed on that form?
The whole thing from the beginning. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Office of the Norfolk District Attorney, State Police Detective Unit, waiver of Miranda. IT, make the following voluntary statement to T.R. Koskowski of MA State Police to promise or threats have made to me. No promise or threats have been made to me, and I've been advised of my Miranda rights as follows. Number one, that I have the right to remain silent. Number two, that anything I say can and will be used against me in court of law. Number three, that I have the right to talk to a lawyer or to have a lawyer with me while I'm questioned by the police. 4, that if I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before any questioning, if I wish. 5, that if I begin to answer questions, I have the right to stop the questioning at any time. I understand each of these rights and have those rights in mind, waive them voluntarily, and wish to make a statement. Signatures.
And your signature is on that.
Yes, correct.
And that was read out loud to you by Trooper Kotkowski, right?
I believe he did, yes.
And then he said to you, you understand those rights? And you said, yes, sir.
I don't know if I used that word.
Do you still have the transcript?
Sorry, what?
Do you still have the transcript? Page 2?
Page 2?
Yes.
You understand those rights? I said, yes, sir.
All right. And then Trooper Kotkowski followed up and he said, all right, having heard your rights, do you wish to have a conversation with us?
Yes.
And what did you say?
Saying yes.
All right. And in fact, you availed yourself of one of those rights at a certain point in the interview, right?
I did what, sorry?
You took advantage of those rights, correct?
I'm not sure what
You
you're
asked for
asking.
a break.
I asked for a break, yes.
And what happened?
I went and discharged my bladder,
You got a break.
yes.
And in the beginning of the interview, you didn't provide a lot of information about where Katie was, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell them that you had killed her.
I don't know if they asked that at that time.
They didn't just start the interview by asking that question, right? But when they said, do you know where she is, what did you say?
I don't know.
And you said that a lot, right?
Yes,
And you remembered what had happened at that point in time when they were speaking with you, right?
remembered of what, sorry?
You knew what you had done,
I did remember some of what happened, yes.
but you said that you didn't remember an awful lot, right?
I was confused in the beginning of the conversation,
You were confused?
yes.
Were there things that you actually did remember that you actually just didn't tell the police?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, you knew that you had killed Katie,
I have caused her death, yes.
and you said that you didn't remember, right?
Probably. Again, I don't recall all the conversation. At some point in time, I admitted everything.
Okay. At some point, you admitted a lot of what happened. But in the beginning, you said that you didn't remember the night, correct?
There was a lot of haziness there, yes.
But what you said to the police is that you didn't remember the night, right?
Again, in the beginning, I wasn't all there. It got better with time.
So you're saying that your memory got better during the conversation?
I think it was 3 hours, so I got more and more out of the hangover.
The hangover improved?
Yes.
At the beginning of the interview, page 17, you were asked whether there was an argument, asked about the argument. Trooper Krakowski said, tell me about the argument. And at that point, you said you didn't remember, right?
But I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And then you were asked a couple of different times where Katie was. And you said you didn't know.
I'm not sure. I think I asked it most of the time.
I'm sorry?
I think I said I'm not sure.
All right, page 19. Trooper Krakowski says, where can we go find her? And you said, I don't know.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Okay. But you did know. You knew where she was, right?
It came back to me, yes.
No, when you were having that conversation at that point in time, it's about, 28 minutes into the interview, you knew where Katie was, right?
In principle, I did know, yes.
In principle?
I do remember, yes. I did remember,
All right, you just didn't want to talk about it yet, right?
probably.
And a little bit later, page 33, the police asked, Detective Gonski, where can we find her? Again, you said, I don't know.
Yes,
And this is more than an hour into the interview at this point in time, right?
I do not recall. I just knew it was a long time that I was asked.
They asked you how you got the scratches, right?
Yes,
And you said you didn't know about that either.
that's correct.
You said you didn't remember going to the hotel, right?
Yes,
And you said you didn't know whether you were trying to harm yourself.
I didn't remember much of that, correct.
But that's what you said, that you didn't remember whether you were trying to harm yourself.
I didn't remember.
And now you have a clear memory that you were trying to harm yourself.
I got a lot of my memory back, yes.
You got your memory back?
Yes.
And there were times when the police were incorrect about their facts, but that didn't confuse you. Like when they talked about using the name Kyle instead of Kurt.
I never heard of, I didn't remember, heard of anybody like Kyle. That's correct.
Yeah, you knew that. You knew that they were wrong about that. That didn't confuse you.
But I was confused. I don't
You
know
didn't
any
say,
Kyle.
Oh, yeah, I sent Kyle a text. You knew they were wrong.
I don't think I,
You said I don't know a Kyle.
which page is that, please?
Look at page 30.
30?
Page 31.
Yeah. So Trooper Koskowski asked me, Harry, tell us about text you sent to Kyle. And I said, text what?
Yep.
And then
if you
Trooper
go
Kos-
I'm going to stop.
Sorry.
If you go all the way down to page 31, you said, you go back and forth a little bit, and you say, no, there's no friend named Kyle. I don't know a Kyle. And then Detective Gonski says Kurt. She's fiddling around with her notes, and finally she finds it, and she says it's Kurt. You didn't get confused. You knew there was no Kyle.
Well, there was some confusion before you jumped to that. There was, I do not remember Kyle. To who, I asked. So there was a lot of confusion first going on until I recognized that I don't know Kyle.
But that confusion didn't lead you to make any false statements or anything, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking right now, sorry.
I'm saying you understood the conversation that you were having, and you knew, I don't know anybody named Kyle.
After several
I
minutes.
didn't send anybody named Kyle a text, right?
For several minutes, I recognized that I don't know Kyle. Correct.
And similarly, when the police talked about the woods, you knew Katie wasn't in the woods, right?
No. I mean, I did know that she was not in the woods, correct.
The police were confused because they had been relying on the ping and all that kind of stuff, so we keep talking about the woods. But you knew she's at the pond.
Yes,
And still the police were patient with you.
yes.
They repeatedly requested information, but you understood that that was reasonable considering the circumstances, right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You understood that them repeatedly requesting information was reasonable considering the circumstances.
Yes,
And you understood that they were just doing their job.
yes.
So the first thing that you said regarding assaulting Katie around the neck was that you said you grabbed her around the neck, but you weren't sure. You
What
recall
page was that?
You recall that?
I would need, can I look at the page, please?
Page 44.
So I was asked if I grabbed her, and I said probably.
And then later on page 44, you said, I think I grabbed her around the neck, I believe, but I'm not sure either, right?
I'm not sure. I think I grabbed her around the neck. I believe, but I'm not sure either.
All right, this is over 2 hours into this interview with the police, and this is the first time that you are talking about grabbing Katie around the neck, right?
I'm not sure how long that was in, but yes, it took a while that I
And you
said
did
that.
not say that you grabbed her with one hand, did you?
I wasn't asked.
But you were given a lot of opportunities to speak in this interview, right?
But I knew that I grabbed her with one hand.
I'm not asking asking you what you knew. I'm asking about what you told the police.
I grabbed her. I think I grabbed her, I said to the police.
You think you grabbed her what?
I said, I'm not sure. I think I grabbed her around the neck, I believe, but I'm not sure either.
And you don't say anything about one hand at this point, right?
At this point, no.
In fact, in the entire interview, you never said one hand, did you?
That was never really specifically asked.
Again, you were given a lot of time to speak, right?
Yes,
There were very long pauses at certain points in time.
yes.
And even at the end of the interview, you were asked, was there anything else that you should be talking about? And you didn't bring it up then, did you?
It was logical to me. I didn't realize that, again, I wasn't asked about the specifics, just told her I grabbed her, I think.
And it's right after you say that you grabbed her around the neck that you asked for the break, right? Look at page 45.
Yes,
And then you got one.
yes.
And then when you came back into the room, there was a different police officer in the room.
I don't recall that, but the transcript says there was somebody else there.
All right. Detective Gonzi left, right?
Yeah, she wasn't there.
She wasn't there.
Yes,
And Detective Porro was there.
there were two men there, yes.
There were two men. And you told the police that you choked her, right?
What page is that, please?
Do you remember telling the police that you choked her?
I don't recall, again, the whole interview, sorry, but can I see the page, please?
Sixty-one.
61,
I'm sorry, 56.
56?
Yep.
I said, I think I choked her.
Right? And then you told the police that she passed out.
Right.
And you said she was fighting first, and then I was continuing, and then she passed out, and I realized we went too far, probably.
Which is that, please?
56.
56? Yes,
And this interview had gone on at this point in time for almost 2.5 hours. Is that correct?
I really don't recall time.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. Jurors, if you want to stand up and stretch. Arguments, and then I'll give the remainder of the charge after that. I'm working off the model homicide instructions, as I'm essentially required to do. So it's a matter of what stays in and what comes out, if you want to think about that. I received some special requests from the Commonwealth. I don't have them in front of me, but I know there was a request for motive. There's a request for humane practice, which would include, I know the Commonwealth is asking if the Miranda portion of humane practice be included as well. I don't know if there's an objection to that portion.
No.
Okay. The direct and circumstantial evidence, expert witness, I would give both of those. No objection, Mr. Reddington. Prior bad acts,
I don't understand where that's coming from, so at this point, yes.
Your Honor, that was us requesting it where there's been references to the charges, especially the defendant's testimony today referencing the Dover police taking out a complaint and the 209A orders. We're covering our bases there.
I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Cover your base, but there's nothing about taking out charges. He's talking about the restraining order.
I believe there was, if I'm not mistaken, the no contact order seems to be part of a criminal charge as opposed.
Contact order, no contact order, I mean, but that's not taking out criminal charges.
I think there was a reference to a complaint, and I don't know if it was limited to a complaint for a restraining order. So in an abundance of caution, I would give
Right,
that.
he responded restraining order is what his response
All right. Consciousness of guilt. The Commonwealth is requesting that, I'm assuming, with respect to the body being placed in the pond.
Yes, Your Honor, concealment of evidence.
Mr. Reddington?
I'm aware of, Tony and the other cases. I'm aware of the instruction that innocent people can have feelings of guilt. I'd be hard pressed to object to
All right.
that instruction based on the evidence.
All right, the emotional disturbing photographs instruction, I would give that. I would give the motive instruction unless there's a objection to it. I would hear from both of you, meaning the Commonwealth is not required to prove motive as an element of it. No objection?
I mean, I don't think we need that, no.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I said I don't think we need that.
All right, is the Commonwealth requesting it?
Yes.
All right, I would give it if the Commonwealth is requesting it.
I don't object to that because I feel that that's just adding a layer to the burden of proof, if you will, but in effect where the government does not have to prove motive. Why even raise the issue? Why would the court comment on it to a jury if the government doesn't have to prove motive? In other words, I think it's better left unsaid. So, I mean, I'm just going to object to it when we give the instruction.
All right, there is I believe there was a case cite with that request. There is not. If you can get me a case cite, please.
I can, Your Honor.
And email it to Mr. Reddington as well, and I'll take a look at that.
That would be fine. And then I think the last one that we may have skipped over was the Commonwealth just asking a reiteration of instruction that you previously gave on state of mind evidence because it came in throughout the trial.
Is the acoustics in here or what is it?
State of mind evidence, the instruction on state of mind evidence.
To what extent and what regard?
Ms. Monahan?
That the alleged victim's prior statements as they came in through the testimony of the witnesses and text messages went in for the purpose of showing her state of mind as to the relationship, deterioration of the marriage, essentially what Your Honor previously gave. I'm not asking for anything different from than what was given at the beginning of trial.
So there were a lot of statements, a lot of evidence that I elicited as it relates to state of mind of the defendant. So I had no problem if the court couches it in state of mind evidence to be evaluated by the jury as it relates to the defendant and the victim. But I would rather not have the court comment state of mind on the victim. I just think that it should be both of them with this evidence as to state of mind on both of them.
The SJC case on point indicates that it's a more or less a required instruction. So I would be prepared to give that with respect to the victim's state of mind. If you can find me some authority on the defendant's state of mind or a case on it, I'll look at that in the morning as well.
And Your Honor, I would just note for that, even I'm not aware of a case, but my concern, I'll put on the record, is that where the defendant's statements came in as part of the opponent's substantive evidence, that might become confusing with the instruction on state of mind, because some came for substantive, some came for state of mind. So that would be my concern with it as to the defendant.
Whose statements for state of mind?
The defendant's statements came in for substantive
Again,
evidence.
dovetails right into what I just told you. Why would we focus on the victim's state of mind, where the government obviously is well aware of the fact that the evidence is not just the victim, but also the defendant. So you can instruct the jury on state of mind as a tool that they may apply to evaluating the evidence, whether it's the defendant's state of mind or the victim's state of mind. I don't see why we have to just focus on the government's end of the case.
I think we're talking about two different exceptions to the hearsay rule. One being the victim's state of mind, not offered to prove the truth of the matter, correct?
My understanding is anytime you have state of mind, it's not often to prove the truth of the
Right.
matter. It's often
However,
state of mind of the person.
However, the defendant's statements, why wouldn't they come in as statements of a party opponent, substantively?
Well, you could, I mean, the government has not argued that, first of all.
I think she just did.
Well, I think clearly you're still talking about state of mind. Whether or not it's coming in substantively, the fact it's coming in substantively does not in and of itself remove it from the realm of when you instruct. In other words, jury may not believe or determine that it's coming in substantively, but they may determine that in fact it's helpful as mind. All I'm saying is that if you're going to instruct on state of mind, you should instruct as it relates to both defendant and the government.
I'll look at it. I'll look at it tonight. I'll try to have a draft for you in the morning when you get here, if you want to take a look at it. Mr. Reddington, I'm assuming you're asking for a manslaughter instruction?
Oh, absolutely. Voluntary and involuntary.
What is the theory on involuntary?
Cromwell versus Santa. Cromwell versus Santa, and I'm dating myself because Santa was actually my case. Cromwell versus Santa, the Supreme Judicial Court indicates, and I quote, where a defendant has been convicted of murder, the Supreme Judicial Court has addressed the argument that because of the level of a defendant's intoxication, and it is well aware that there's significant evidence as to impairment by way of intoxication. And I quote, a jury should have been given an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. Cromwell versus Santa, 424 Mass 92. Put differently, it's an argument that the jury could find the defendant did not subjectively know of the circumstances that objectively created the risk of harm, which is exactly what I would argue in this case. Then the jury should be allowed to convict the defendant on the theory of involuntary manslaughter because of lack of subjective knowledge of the circumstance.
What book are you reading from?
You probably have a more up-to-date volume, but it's The Law of Homicide in Massachusetts, second edition, Justice John Green, S.J.C. Flash. It's a flash book.
As to involuntary manslaughter, Your Honor, I'd like to just think about it overnight, considering the testimony that came in today and read the case law on this. At this point, for the voluntary manslaughter, where the defendant has testified in this case in an abundance of caution, while I think there could be arguments made about the objective elements on voluntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would not object to the voluntary manslaughter, again, in abundance of caution where the defendant has testified.
And Mr. Reddington, you're asking for self-defense?
Believe it or not, I agree. Yes.
What's the Commonwealth's position on that?
I'm sorry, did he say yes?
I can't hear him.
That's a change.
Can I suggest that we just wait for the charge conference until the defendant has finished testifying?
We can. I'd like to have a draft, however, in the morning.
But, he's still going to be testifying tomorrow, and they're picking apart every single issue that they're only going to try to backfill into a cross-examination.
We'll call it a very rough draft in the morning, and then we can discuss it further. Okay? All right. Thank you. This is the old flash book. I have this site.